receive once again patronage of European Parliament, so that's very good achievement. So
Yeah! It's an important.
And you know what? There's so many people in this room today. It's lovely to see you. Is there any people here, this is your first ever WordCamp Europe? Can we raise your hands, guys? Wow. Look at
Wow. Wow. But what is WordCamp Europe? Well, WordCamp Europe is a European WordPress conference, a community organized event about all things of WordPress and about the WordPress community. You, us.
Thank you.
what that means is that all the organizers, please stand up. You are all volunteering and helping this event to become
Where's our
such
organizers?
a great event. So, yeah, please.
Thank you.
And one big note, if you need any help or you just want to support organizers, please find them in the black t-shirts and you can hug them, say thank you, and talk to them probably. So please do the hugging after.
Yep.
And like again, if you have any questions or you want to meet them, they are wearing black t-shirts. So yeah, find them.
They're a very, very friendly bunch of people. They may look a little bit crazy, but they are lovely, lovely people. So we have sold over 2,000 tickets, which is absolutely amazing. And from those tickets, we're represented by 84 countries, and even over a quarter of the people here, it's their first time, as we saw with the hands, which is absolutely amazing. You guys are going to have an absolute blast. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and we have a fabulous speaker lineup, 3 tracks, 4 workshops, and more than 40 talks.
Yeah.
One more thing, that we are here for the talks. So there is a schedule you can find on the website. Please visit it. You can also scan the QR code on the badge and you can find all the details there.
We want to run a friendly event, and so therefore we have a code of conduct. We expect that everybody abides by this. We will. We hope you do too. If you see something that doesn't seem right, please report it through our website and we will deal with it. We don't want to go down the negative route here, but that is exactly what we want to say. This is a safe, welcoming, friendly, diverse community. We welcome you all. Thank you. So, in addition to all the organizers, and there's about 80 of us or so, we're also welcome in over 100 volunteers. These guys are dedicating their time. Yes, please. These guys are dedicating some time to help out because although we have an absolute amazing organizing team, we need volunteers to help run some things as well. So you will see those guys walking around in these gray shirts. So if you need any help at any time, find one of them. They will be more than happy to help, and we really thank them for their support during the event as well. Organizers will be found, as Euro says, in the black t-shirts.
So, food, of course. Food today is served in the lobby downstairs and also in the sponsor area. So please, if you see there is some table crowded and so on, you can change location, okay? There is enough food for all, I think.
Yes.
So.
And coffee.
And coffee. You will have several coffee stations all around the area, so in the sponsor area and so on.
Thank you.
Let's also take a moment to talk about sponsors, because as we know, the budget is tight, and we are so pleased that we are able to retain. So we are so pleased that we were able to retain the price of 50 euros per ticket. So that's the excellent value that you get, and this is only possible because of the sponsors. So we will, small clap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's take a moment to thank our super admin sponsors. We have Jetpack, WordPress.com, and Salesforce.
And we have the admin sponsor, Bluehost, Elementor, Google, Hostinger, Kinstar, RankMath.
We also have Weglot, Woo, WordPress VIP, WP Rocket, WP.1, and Yoast.
Also, editor sponsor, Automatic, Blackwall, Cloudways, Infomaniac, Omniset, PatchStack, User-Centric, and Widows.
And we have Scion, Infobip, Mini Orange, Rapid Cloud, Run Cloud, Stellar WP, who are our author sponsors. And we also have our Small Business Plus sponsors as well, who we want to acknowledge and thank as well for their support during the event.
No sponsorship is too small. So thank you, thank you.
And also our small business sponsors as well. These guys are great. Thank you. And we also had some subscriber sponsors this year. We wanted to make sure that the sponsorship options were available to all sizes of businesses, and this has been really great. So thanks as well to our subscribers.
Thanks.
Sorry. Yep, and you can visit them all if you haven't already. They're downstairs in Hall 4.1. That's last year's sponsor hall, but you'll be able to see them all downstairs today. Thank you.
So one of the last information will have a Wi-Fi connection. You can scan the code, and the password is welcome 2025. And please, no large download, no strange, no looking, streaming, and so on. Thank you.
So please use the hashtag to post all the pictures, all the funny moments or nice moments that you experience. So our hashtag, you all know the hashtag, so please use it. Let's make this event great.
And
let's do that.
Yeah, let's share on social media. Let's have a great time. We hope you really enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And enjoy.
Welcome, welcome to WordCamp Europe this year. So, hello. Yes, my name is Courtney Robertson. I am an open source developer relations developer advocate at GoDaddy. It is an honor to be with you all. In 2022, I shared that that was the first WordCamp I had gotten on a plane to attend. And I look around the room and I think, oh, WordCamp Europe, you are my favorite flagship. Shh, don't tell the others. Not supposed to have a favorite child, right? So it is my honor to be here today and to also welcome all of you into our first session. I really loved some of the things that were on the screen as folks were coming in. I'm giving folks a few moments to transition here. Some of the things that stood out to me that were on the screen in the pre-roll, if you weren't watching or reading along, where it said learn, connect, and contribute, and also community is heart. And that's what I feel during Contributor Day here when I walk around and get to say hi to all of you folks. Community is heart. So I've been in this game, and my first time going to a WordCamp, I volunteered the very first time because I didn't get my ticket in time, my goodness. So I said, is there anything I could do? And I checked people in 2009. And I've been to a lot of camps over those years. But I think about WordPress was really my introduction to open source. So I want you to think back to a time when you discovered what open source is or what it means. And then on top of that, what draws you here to this crowd where you are among the makers of 43% of the web? You are among the makers. Thank you for being here. Think about the work that we all do. Whether you are a core committer that writes lots of codes and approves every line that goes into what we ship on releases, or you're building websites as a hobby for small businesses, some of you for large agencies, some of you for hosts. You are the host and you are providing that. That's how I get to be with you today. So how does the work that we're doing here and your involvement in that work inspire global open source resilience? How does what we're doing impact the rest of the globe? Because really at 43%, it certainly does. Today I have the honor to introduce to you Noel Talk, partner of HumanMade. I had the opportunity to meet Noel and spend more time with him when we were at WordCamp Asia this year in Manila, where we talked about where will WordPress be in 5 years. That was just a few months ago. I recently learned that Noel created and founded the first WordPress meetup group in Zurich. So this is hometown in a sense. That happened so long ago, and many other meetup groups and then later camps spun out from that all across this region. So this is definitely a hometown feel for you. Before Noel comes up on stage, I want to let you know we won't be having questions at this time, but when Noel wraps up, give him about 15 minutes. If you walk out of here and head in that direction, that's, I think, left for all of you, right? Head over there and you'll be able to ask him some questions during that time. That's a bit of a transition time before Petya comes up after this. Thank you, friends. We have 3 minutes. These lights are a little blinding, so I was unable to see my timekeepers. For the web, we want to make sure that we're doing all right. So let's play the game of who traveled here the furthest. Let's count it by, I don't care if you count it by miles, kilometers, hours in a plane, etc. Let's go, since we're going the furthest. Who traveled in from, what would be the furthest? West Coast of America. Any other Americans? Sorry, I'm defaulting to you. West Coast of America? Not seeing any. Asia? Let's go the other way. Who is heading here from Far East in Asia? Can I get a show of hands? I know we have some. All right, John Ong. John, how long was your trip? 15, just a mere 15? What, 15? Okay, so John, that was my distance from the West Coast of America to get to Asia, WordCamp Asia, where I got to see you this year. So, but I had 6 hours to get to there. So it's your turn, okay? How about locals? Who is from Basel? We've got a few folks here directly. I mean, you can't get more local than Basel, right? Can I see those that would consider not just Basel, but parts of Switzerland, France, and Germany also home, who are our, since we're right on the border? Oh yeah, okay, so we've got pretty much, most of the crowd are really, really locals. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. I traveled in, I live close to Washington, D.C., so WordCamp US in D.C. a couple of years ago was home for me. Did anyone have a weird layover? Weird layovers? Fun layover? Mary, what happened to you? Ooh, fantastic. Get to travel the area while you're here. This is not home for Mary. Mary Baum, one of our amazing core contributors and writes a lot on the dev blog area. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Can you guys all hear me? Yes, you can hear me very well. This clicker does... I work in technology. It's kind of weird. Oh, let's go back. There we go. WordPress without borders. So, since I've gotten here to Basel, a number of you have asked me why I wasn't at WordCamp Europe in Italy last year. and you guys all had a great time, but it was indeed quite unusual for me to not be there and not hang out with all of you. I enjoyed doing that, and I also helped co-found this event 12 years ago. And even though Switzerland is my home, I live a bit further away these days. So this is the cool WordPress community map. I tried to get a good crop of Europe, didn't work out too well, that's okay. So I'm sorry if I've missed you or cut you out. But this is me out east. East of Europe, in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And before we continue, maybe a bit more context. This talk dives into the important role open source has played in the humanitarian challenges the world has faced over the last 20 years. When we've all been busy building websites, plugins, themes, it's not always easy to zoom out and see the biggest picture possible. But that's what we're going to try and do over the next 20 minutes. So back to Kharkiv. This is my base. Kharkiv is also known as the unbreakable city for its brave people and resiliency. And using this as my base, my team and I operate in the east and all along the front to do various humanitarian missions. Some of you may already know that I do the frontline evacuation of dogs. But around this time last year, when WordCamp Europe was happening in Italy, something else was happening, and it was very busy. It was a very busy time for our charity, which meant that instead of coming here, or in Torino, I decided to stay on mission. And the reason is that a few weeks before, on May 10th, around 3 o'clock in the morning, Russia decided to launch a large and new offensive in the north of Kharkiv. And these kind of events happen very quickly. We responded immediately. So on the first day, we were on the left side, or underneath the red area, on the left side, running evacuations. And then on the second day and beyond, we're on the right side, underneath the red area there, in the city of Volchansk, which loosely translates to Wolf City. We have a lot of video footage from those days and weeks that followed, so I want to share some of those impressions from photographers that we had along with us, from media and other places, as well as my own GoPro that I wear pretty often. So these are very dynamic environments. The zero line is always shifting. There's a lot of munitions being used, be it glide bombs, artillery, grads. It can get quite loud. But above all, it does happen so fast. You have to react quickly. As police was constantly in touch with military, we took one with and to maintain radio contact and just stay updated. So even though we primarily evacuate animals, because of the urgency here, we also evacuated some people and just tried to do the best job we could. Even in this one place where a glide bomb had come in, we had evacuated a grandmother and her daughter just a week before from that exact position. This is 2 glide bombs coming in. So we'll come back to these days in May, but for now we'll take a trip down memory lane. WordPress was born May 27th, 2003. Over 22 years ago. We just celebrated our birthday, which is great, and had its first commit. For those who don't know, a commit is a piece of small updated code that is sent to a project which has a certain function. Maybe it's an enhancement, it's a bug fix, but it's a great way to allow multiple people to collaborate and contribute to a project over time and do so effectively. And like any project, WordPress started with one commit. But no one could have predicted that WordPress would go on to become 43% of the web, which is truly amazing. At the same time WordPress was born, and completely unrelated to WordPress, something else was going on in the world. And there was this huge escalating conflict that was moving very quickly in Sudan. And at the time, the government had launched this scorched earth campaign, and the result was the death of hundreds of thousands of people. Back then, there weren't really many open source tools in this environment. We couldn't harness the power of many to alleviate the pain of the people in Sudan at the time. Later, in 2010, a single man lit himself on fire. This sparked a revolution, and like a single domino falling, toppled regimes and redrew the maps of North Africa, the Middle East, and beyond. This is known as the Arab Spring. Different than Sudan, however, open source made its entrance here. As we had many discussions, debates, and dissidents that were able to find their way online. And they were doing that through blogging and other tools, sharing ideas, telling the world what's happening, and that is genuinely fascinating. And thanks to WordPress and other tools, this idea of digital democratizing publishing was finding its beginning. 2015, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake swept through Nepal in roughly 50 seconds. And it wasn't just homes that crumbled, it was centuries of culture that got reduced to dust. And that left a nation with 9,000 dead, and ultimately a lot of souls shattered. After the devastation, however, there was this global open movement that came to life. People were leveraging satellite imagery from afar, from their homes, like places like in Switzerland, and contributing to identify damaged areas. This helped first responders, aid agencies, and others to do their work more effectively and in a more timely manner. As a side note, WordPress only played a small role in something like this. However, our WordPress community in Nepal is very large. They work through the aftershocks because they also have to make a living, and today still run some of the largest WordCamps in the world today. This is resiliency. 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic, and this affected all our lives. It created an unprecedented global health crisis and plunged us in a deep sense of uncertainty. In response, again, the open source ethos grew. Genomic data was being exchanged between scientists. We had these open source, open data tracking dashboards. We were sharing the 3D printing files openly for scarce medical equipment. Truly amazing work. And this collaborative spirit, this idea of freely accessible information, once again proved that this open approach that we have is a force multiplier. As you can see, over these 20 years, open source has steadily become critical operational software when a crisis is around, and ultimately plays a role in how the world is shaped throughout that. Coming back to my little part of the world, in northern Kharkiv, when this all kicked off at the beginning of May last year, many of us responded. I ultimately think we did good work, and we saved a lot of lives. But that's not always enough. So. You see, Volchansk, before the full-scale invasion, had 17,000 people. And in the 1-2 weeks into our work, notice the bridge here and the buildings in the background. Around this time, population reduced to 300. And this was later on. You can see the bridge again on the left, and then the buildings. Population, 0. Tragic. And I know Volchansk well enough to know exactly where I'm standing here. There's a school out of the picture on the left right here. These are places that we're deeply connected to, and the losses are irreparable. On the digital front, it's not always easy to fundraise for this kind of work. Sometimes technology even stands in the way of what we're doing. Proprietary solutions are quick to deplatform you and de-risk their position. For example, the popular fundraising platform Buy Me a Coffee which many Ukrainians use to take money or take donations, no longer supports payouts to Ukraine. The popular platform Patreon has, in the past, removed some Ukrainian charities. It does not allow one of my charities to be on there because I support the armed forces. In situations like this, you don't always get what you want or hope for. And this reminds me of a quote I hear often enough in the East. We don't rise to our expectations, but fall to our level of training. Keep this in mind as I go through the next part. So this is a history or a data of how many WordPress sites are added every quarter, or new WordPress sites come online every quarter. Since 2004, so a lot of data. And this data set is specifically for the top 1 million websites, so where we like to do business because these are traditionally better clients and all that kind of good stuff. And as you can see, this number of new sites collapsed after the pandemic started. The pandemic there was a lot of remote working, there was a lot of money that came into the market, Shopify exploded, a lot of other platforms just grew exponentially. And yeah, there was shinier options available with nice marketing and great budgets, and that's tough, right? Like, in some ways, to me at least, this is no surprise, as we have zero product marketing, but we hoped for better, right? We had higher expectations. However, looking at the number of new Ukrainian sites being added every quarter, you see for one nation that this meant a lot. It was more about falling to that high starting level we provide. And let me tell you that this is quite impressive because you have a country's economy that is contracting. There's not much money, and if there is any money, it's going towards armed forces. And registering a .ua domain is, frankly speaking, quite difficult. So I'm amazed, I'm surprised, but it also gave me confidence in what we do, all of us here. And metaphorically speaking, thinking of the previous quote, we fell to our level of training. This level is the highest starting point any CMS in the world provides. Free or open source, doesn't matter. This is the best one out there today. Today, the core project has 60,000 commits, or nearing the 60,000 commits, I'm sorry, and you can extend it with another 60,000 plugins. And my friends, if you look at this chart, this is what digital resiliency looks like. To support this point, last year, Forbes magazine in Ukraine released a list of the top 50 charities. I went through each one. It turns out that half of them are on WordPress. And this represents organizations that in 1 year or 12 months have collected over $500 million in donations. This is incredible to me. You have 50% on WordPress of these 50, and out of the 50, 80% are using open source. Sometimes we're just too caught up in our day-to-day, in our own little worlds, or that of the industry, to forget that bigger picture or the biggest picture. The one where we lend a hand in saving lives, defending freedom, and building community. How many of you have contribute anything at all? Have ever helped with the WordPress project? I know it's a lot of you. Yeah, it is a lot of you. I want to give you a better idea of what your work has done. I don't want to show you screenshots of websites. I don't want to show you tech stacks or page speed insight scores. Nobody cares about that stuff. That's just a means to an end. I want to show you what your contributions genuinely support in terms of their outcomes. And to that effect, here are some of the charities that are on WordPress today. East SOS, operating out of East Ukraine, doing critical work at the front lines on WordPress. To Ukraine with Love, a charity that helps Ukrainians who have lost everything, their home, to receive a new home. They are too on WordPress. Superhumans, a charity that provides prosthetics and rehabilitation to military and volunteers who have lost limbs in this war. A good acquaintance of mine is currently there, as he does the same work I do, but he lost an arm and a leg. And without that support, it would be really, really hard. Superhumans is also on WordPress. A bit lighter, Repair Together. Like to organize basically techno parties in the middle of the day to clean up destroyed homes and then rebuild some, and then also have some food and party and do other things, and then just do it all over again. Repair Together is like all the other charities on WordPress. Caritas. You may have heard of this charity before. They have a very large chapter inside of Ukraine, doing amazing work for many, many people in terms of shelter, food, water, the absolute basic needs of a human. They too are on WordPress. Save Ukraine. During the full scale, children have gone missing, ended up in Russia, ended up in occupied territories. This charity brings them back. And they too are on WordPress. And lastly, my charity. And I showed you some tough videos before, maybe, of what was happening in Volchansk. But some of these dogs come from Volchansk, and this is them with their new families, their new homes, and we too are on WordPress. And that is thanks to all of you. You should all be incredibly proud of your work. I also want this dog, but he's gone. Super, super cute. So I've shown you the data. I've shown you the real outcomes, the real human outcomes. I know it's heavy, but this is where your work goes and it contributes. And it's tremendous. It's really tremendous. I also have a small confession to make. As a younger, I'm still young, but a younger, cynical version of me, I used to think the slogan, think global, act local, was a bit wishy-washy and just a bit too hopeful. But with situations like the one in Volchansk, you quickly realize there's just not many of us around. There's a lot of news crews. There's New York Times, BBC's there, Sky News is there with their whole camera crew and everything. They're amplifying this previously unknown town onto the global stage. Politicians and famous news anchors are all talking about it, but you kind of realize there's not many people in Volchansk itself doing this work. On that first day, I think there was one mechanized battalion in the region, special operations mobilized very quickly, local police geared up, and yeah, maybe there was like 40 or 50 of us humanitarians. And we're not big charities. We're not like one charity going there. You know, we're like another 10 charities or 15 charities. They're all like 2-3 people with many, many cars that every morning or whatever meet at a gas station to talk about what we're going to do next. So when this offensive started overnight, I'm proud that, you know, everyone on my team in the morning just grabbed their gear, got in a car. There were no excuses. There was no hesitation. We all just answered the call. Open source feels similar in that way. We don't look corporate. We don't have these conferences with plenty of suits. We don't have to go to middle management to get approval for what we want to do. We just act. We commit that line of code. We translate that piece of text. We design that icon. Whatever that unit may be. And these individual acts or units of contribution will not only never go without users, they will empower other communities to produce more units, such as my charity. And not counting the cases where we were able to reunite dogs with their owners, such as this day coming out of Volchansk, we have evacuated, sterilized, chipped, dewormed, vaccinated, provided medical attention, re-socialized, found new homes, and then delivered to the doorstep of the new home and new family for 1,275 dogs to today. Thank you. Is it possible that by us using WordPress, we were able to do more? You know, say achieve these 1,275 dogs, rehomings. Do we achieve that maybe instead of 1,274? Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. And I know what you're thinking. There's some random WordPress dog running around Ukraine right now. I like that idea. And look, we're just a small charity. We're a drop in the ocean of thousands and hundreds of thousands of other small organizations who they just don't show up on the radar, but they use your software. The true impact of WordPress will never be able to be measured through economic surveys, annual recurring revenue, or any of that stuff. It's through the countless lives we change for the better. And as an open source project, that should always be our North Star. Bless you. If it's 2,000 years ago, 20 years ago, today, tomorrow, it doesn't really matter. The world will always experience some level of conflict, catastrophe, disease. I'm an optimist. I always hope for better, but kind of like the quote before, try to follow my level of training. And as a species, in that regard, we will always continue fighting for freedom, trying to work against suffering. And today, the democratization and decentralization of knowledge and communication during a new crisis is always immediately supported by open source projects such as WordPress, such as Signal, Tor, OpenStreetMaps, and more. Sudan in 2003 may have been a different outcome. Maybe not a completely different outcome, but we would have helped. We would have done something then. So today, we help provide this incredible day one starting point when things are tough. And that is thanks to your decision to repeatedly act, to commit, to contribute. And these repeated acts done together is what also makes us unbreakable. And while I'm proud to be able to call you all my colleagues, I kind of stand in front of you today almost as a client, right, who actively uses your work. I need you. My charities need you. Ukraine needs you. And the world needs you. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. We have a speaker gift for you. I also want to thank the makers of WordPress. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you all, and have a great WordCamp Europe.
Jenny, it is great to see you. Hey, everybody, we are about to get started again. I'm going to just ramble so that people hear my voice and know that we're getting people to come into the room. If you are outside of this room, tell everybody around you, because I see a couple of you that are lurking out in that area. Get your friends, get in here, because Petya's talk is absolutely one you don't want to miss. Everybody in the room, get your phones out and message everybody you know in the building and tell them to get in here. It's time. If they are still home, sleeping in their room, back at the hotels or wherever, you need to call them and wake them up. Tell them, get in here, Petya's on. Yeah, it's good. I am so glad to see all of you here. This is a good camp to be at. It's a good time to be here now. My voice is a little scratchy. I've had some cough drops, but I'm trying to hold it together because I'm emceeing here all morning. So we'll see. Before I get into introducing our speaker, a couple little bits of housekeeping. If you need restrooms, walk out the doors and what is my left, your current right, over on that side of the building. You could go down just one flight of stairs to use the restrooms. If you would like to get some more caffeine, because we know you were up late last night. John, I know you were up late last night. I have no doubts in my mind. The doubt is if you slept. That's the true doubt. So if you need more caffeine, I hear that the Sponsors Hall has lots of options to offer you. I really enjoy it this year. The first thing that you get when you walk in is you're going through the Sponsors Hall. That's actually really, really good. I enjoy seeing all of the folks there and checking out. I hear that there's some really good swag. I might have seen something that a particular security company has that would let me hold my phone as more of a, it would be attached to my body instead of in my hand right now. So I'm gonna give you a hint. Go check out one of those security booths, patch stack, and get the real, it looks kind of like a lanyard, but it will hold your phone. Go check that out. They have lots of coffee downstairs as well. Go all the way back down just as you came into the building. All right, looks like we've got some friends that are in and joining us. Noel's talk. Noel Talks Talk. Whew, that was something. So for those that missed any opening announcements today, during the opening announcements, there was some text going by on the screen, and we had a lot of music with it. And for those that maybe didn't get to see it yet, a couple of words that really stood out to me, and I'm going to repeat them again. Learn, connect, and contribute. I've been a part of the training team. Education really matters to me. In that time, that's actually how I got to know this community really well. So I started contributing in 2009. My name is Courtney Robertson. I am an open source developer advocate and contributor to the greater WordPress project. I kind of float about in what that looks like. But the team that I really plugged in with and started contributing to first was the training team. That took me on a journey. Now, please keep in mind, at this point in life, I was not particularly financially in the best of situations. WordCamp US, the first one, happened in Philadelphia. And our after party is where I got to meet Petya. I saw her from a distance during that. I felt a little intimidated to talk to her. And now I'm going to introduce Petya in just a few moments to you. My experience of Petya in the decade, oh my goodness, of knowing her, is that she is just phenomenal when it comes to helping people onboard to translations. I got to meet John that same night, also at Lucky Strike, and had a good conversation there. And so, you know, community is heart was one of those other sayings that was on the slides. And I look back at this random encounter and think about where I was in life a decade ago, contributing to the training team, and what led me on to more things, led me to meeting folks like Petya. And I think, wow, I am so grateful for those that kind of forged some things ahead for me, and the impact indirectly that that makes for organizations like what we saw from Noel. Petya is going to share a little bit more about some more organizations that are also using WordPress. Her background really is in media management. That is her strength and her skill set. She is the director of operations at Human Made, and she's been contributing to WordPress and open source more broadly since 2011. So I think she might know a couple of things about that. Aside from translations, also has a real big heart for education, mentoring, and contributing throughout the project. and lots of different types of coaching throughout other non-government organizations. So I'm really excited to hear about some of the organizations that Petya has had an opportunity to encounter, work with, and handle some media management with as well. Petya, please come join us. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Good morning, everyone. Can I ask you a favor? Can we get closer together? Can we just, like, the people that are on the sides, can you just, like, very, very quickly move? I want to really try and see you in the center. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I have lost my clicker. Let's see. Maybe this is it. Yeah, that's it. All right. How many of you were here for Noel's talk, the one before mine, the previous talk? Nice. Nice. Yeah, that is some story, right? I met Noel in the beginning of 2013, around the end of 2013 in Leiden. But Noel and I became really good friends in 2014 when he spent a month in Sofia in preparation of WordCamp Europe 2014, which I was on the organizing team for, and was my first big flagship WordCamp that I organized. So Noel spent a month in, and he was working in this up-and-coming agency called Human Made, and they were doing really good stuff. And it was at the beginning of my contributed journey. And I was like just fangirling around him and like asking him all the questions and like really willing to learn about WordPress. And we were sitting at a tiny square around, it was, I don't know, midnight, one night in Bulgaria, eating doner kebabs and feeding street dogs, strays, because like he attracts dogs everywhere he goes. And I asked him what he likes the most about WordPress when, and what he said kind of surprised me. He said, WordPress is a tool. You know, tools don't really excite me. What's going to be interesting is the community that's built around this tool, the open source community that's built around this tool, and what people are going to build using the tool. And that's going to be the really interesting story that we're going to tell in the next decade. And then he asked me a really scary question. What are you building? I was building at that time at a tiny agency, WordPress agency in Sofia, mostly websites with minimal budgets for NGOs and independent media organizations, which I thought were pretty insignificant in the long term. Spoiler alert, it turned out they weren't. And my country actually really needed those tiny little projects. My country is a country of contrasts. We're going to remain in Eastern Europe, where the story Noel told happened. Just move a little bit on the left side of the Black Sea. And, you know, I love my country dearly. In 10 years of digital nomading, it never even once occurred to me to immigrate. But that's not the case for a lot of people. And there's a reason people want to get out. There's a reason people want to get out. Bulgaria has like deep cultural roots in really warm communities, really amazing people with strong do-it-yourself spirit, but it's also a place wrestling with like all kinds of issues. 54% of 15-year-olds in Bulgaria are like just functionally illiterate, according to the latest PISA survey, you know. 35% of children, especially from minorities, live at the risk of poverty, and education doesn't really come easily to them. We're a country where there's a lot of discrimination, whether it's based on sexual orientation or gender or any other thing, or economic status even. You know, if you are a minority in my country, life is really hard, and the system doesn't really fight for you. Bulgaria's had 7 national elections in 4 years. Talk about political instability. I'm going to give you an example of how dysfunctional our government is. We have the highest mortality rate in the EU on the roads. The highest mortality rate. So a couple of weeks ago, people came out on the streets when a 12-year-old died at a road that's been reported for having so many accidents numerous times, to just protest how ineffective this is. Because corruption runs so deep in my country, the money that have to go in for infrastructure just go in somebody's pockets, and our roads are a mess. So people went out to protest, and then what did the government do? To protect children on the road, they opened a public tender, ordering for 500,000 lev sticky religious icons, balloons, and stickers. This is what I'm talking about. So people don't trust the government, and they go and do it themselves, See a problem, and act. In Bulgaria, social entrepreneurship isn't just a buzzword. It's a necessity for functional change. It's a tool for social change. Open source, as Noel showed you, is the absolute technological backbone of that effort. In Bulgaria, open source started kind of gaining traction around the time WordPress was created. In 2003, Interspace Media Art and Culture Center initiated a project called Open Source for NGOs in Bulgaria. Basically, they were traveling around the country in rural areas, working with NGOs, installing Ubuntu, and basically training them that there is a piece of software they don't have to pay for, that is going to give them stability, resilience in the long run, all the things that Noah also mentioned. The initiative provided absolutely for free services and training. The project focused on creating tailored migration models for the NGOs from the proprietary software that they were working on. And they also localized it, made sure that people could use it in our local Bulgarian language. So the projects that they built was so successful, they went all around Eastern Europe. And this is how Eastern Europe started adopting open source as a primary system. And in the center of that initiative, the person going from town to town, doing the training and all that, was this guy, Vlado. Spoiler, turns out, at the end to be one of my best friends. So, Vlado traveled for more than 2 years around Bulgaria, training administrators to use Ubuntu. He also translated GNU to Bulgarian. How many of you know what GNU is? It's in the center of the Linux open source system. So he translated the center, and then that made it available for the open source, for the operating system to be available in the local language. And then after that period, he joined Bulgaria's largest publisher to build their digital team, their digital development team from the ground up, and prep them for the future. So they hired him to build media websites. And this is where we met. He hired me into Economedia's development team. I knew absolutely nothing about IT development, product management. And he hired me and trained me from the ground up to be a product manager in a way that was pretty peculiar. Vlado is an absolutely enigmatic leader. He's one of those people that draws you in and kind of, you naturally get attached to, listen to, and kind of, eat his words. And, he was a person that could engage, that he was engaging us in a way that I've never really seen before. We all gravitated around him, listened to him, and all that. So he was one of those kind of authentic leaders. Spicy sense of humor, like nurturing you at the same time as kind of criticizing you and giving you feedback, a little bit of mocking here and there, but like always for a good cause, And you built loyalty not only towards him, but towards the things that he was, teaching, preaching, causes that he was roped into. And oh my God, I learned about open source from him. And this guy was preaching about humans' right to software like it was humans' right to coffee. Sorry, a basic human right. So, you know, and while we were actually building a completely proprietary CMS for Economedia, he somehow still brought us all up into an open source culture. Our professional paths went their separate ways. In 2011, he went on to be like a big CTO in the biggest data company that we have in Bulgaria. And I founded a little WordPress agency with a couple of friends. One of the first projects that we built was marginalia.bg. It was a website, like an indie web media website, and it's a love child of a couple of indie journalists in Bulgaria reporting on the issues of minority groups. Bulgaria is a country, we remember from before, where being a minority is really hard. And these guys focused on exactly that. So they've been doing human rights journalism for 10 years when we built their WordPress website. It was a no-brainer, of course, it was going to be WordPress. But the Bulgarian translation wasn't complete, and we needed this project to be in Bulgarian. So I went on a mission to find out and translate WordPress to Bulgarian. Turned out it already had a pretty great translation, but it was incomplete. It was about 70% when I picked it up. And that's how I started contributing to WordPress. I had no idea how to translate software. What do you do? But I knew a guy. He had translated GNU to Bulgarian. He had very strong opinions about how software should sound in a local language. So I called him. We shaped a little tiny group and created the first Bulgarian translation style guide, which translators to Bulgarian for WordPress still use to this day. It was the first thing that we did after our professional ways went the separate ways. This project got me really hooked. So I looked up the global team. I jumped into the global community. Fast forward a few years. The year after, like a couple of years after, I started working for a tiny small agency called Human Made, which is completely distributed, and then all hell broke loose. I met Jenny Wong, Rob O'Rourke. We went on a road trip, went a WordCamp every week, contributing, speaking at conferences, meeting everybody. My life got so engulfed by WordPress that by the end of the second or third year of my contributing, Vlado had already given me a nickname. WordPress Petya. You know, at a WordCamp, this might sound cute, but tell anyone you are WordPress anybody in like a global IT community. For serious developers, at that time, WordPress was a bit of a joke. And Vlado knew that, and I think he enjoyed mocking me for two reasons. First, he never took himself seriously, and he didn't really want me to, regardless of where I went. But second, he actually knew I was secretly very, very proud of being WordPress Petya, you know? And I really was. The more you get involved in this community, the more you hear case studies about what people use this platform for, of course you're going to wear that as a badge of honor. When you walk through the digital back alleys of Bulgarian civil society, WordPress is everywhere. WordPress is the foundation of visibility for grassroots movements and educational platform. It powers websites of youth programs, educational initiatives, animal shelters, charities, feminist collectives, human rights organizations, and local independent media. It's the technology that lets them share their story, their mission, collect donations. It's open, accessible, doesn't ask for permission, sustainable. It's the infrastructure of hope. In a place where hope often has to be built from the ground up. In fact, 90% of independent media projects in Bulgaria are built on WordPress. Now, Bulgaria is in the last place when it comes to media literacy in the European Union. Our society is disinformed, confused, susceptible to fake news and disinformation. Our media is owned by people who are in parliament. We've been losing the fight for independent media for years, which doesn't mean we're not fighting. The Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria, whose website was built on WordPress 15 years ago, supports journalists in legal battles against pressures from the government. They're serving as a sense check and as an enforcer of journalism standards in my country. They built the first fact-checking platform in the country. They provide legal support for journalists, and they wrote the first ever educational program for high schools in media literacy. And then they built a project allowing high school journalists to actually create real reporting, teaching them and basically educating the next generation of quality journalists in Bulgaria. The anti-corruption fund in Bulgaria, remember the stats, if you remember the data, like Bulgaria is in one of the last places in EU in regards to corruption. The anti-corruption fund does the most in-depth journalistic investigations that I've seen done in Bulgaria, across all media. They include legal support and legal experts in their investigations. And they actively provoke a legal system to act. 35% of Bulgarian children live at the risk of poverty or social exclusion. That's the highest rate in the EU. Discrimination is real. It doesn't matter what it's based on. And there's little, very little, that the law does. Justice is slow or non-existent. I'm going to tell you about Bulgarian Fund for Women. This is the organization my sister works for. She actually migrated back from Denmark, where she studied to work for them. So in rural Bulgaria, women, especially Roma women or women in the minorities, face really big barriers of economic dependence. Many lack access to childcare or education or opportunity to build something of their own. So the Bulgarian Fund for Women, since 2004, has been winning big money. They are re-granters. And then they do seed funding. They funded more than 700 projects, most of them led by women across the country. This is one of them. 28% of women in Bulgaria report domestic violence. More than half of all domestic abuse cases don't even get reported. Victims are isolated, unsupported, unsure where to turn. So the Improve project built a platform and then a community to support women in distress, to provide legal support, to provide peer support. The Women Survivors Network has become a peer-led force where survivors support one another. Nearly half of Bulgarian students lack literacy and numeracy skills. Schools are under-resourced, teachers are tired and underpaid, been doing the same thing for years. School curriculums are outdated, children are disengaged. If you're born poor in Bulgaria, your chances of breaking the cycle through education is painfully low. So Teach for Bulgaria, for the last 15 years, has been trying desperately to change that. Since 2010, they've trained over 400 new teachers who are professionals in industry, in different industries. Some of these people came back, like my sister came back from Denmark, some of these people came back from wherever they were studying or working to Bulgaria to go to a rural village and become a teacher. They were already an expert in a thing, and Teach for Bulgarian trained them to be a teacher. And they've reached more than 20,000 children from the furthest rural areas in Bulgaria doing this program. They really did succeed. In 2025, they published their map of development and showed how they've actually gone across the country. And they built a platform suggesting modern educational methods to any teacher in the country, which is on a freemium business model, and has a subscription that allows you as a teacher to just bring in new kind of fresh tools into the classroom and engage students better. And this is Teenovator, a program that wants to tackle the issue that Bulgarian education doesn't really give practical skills to high school children and doesn't really teach them to work as a team. It's very individual education in my country. Teenovator puts together mentors, successful entrepreneurs, or professionals from different industries, and they bring them together with 14, 15 high school students to teach them entrepreneurship skills. And since it's launched, it's empowered over 3,000 students and built a network of 300 mentors in Bulgaria. Wait, this is my club. These are my teens, because I did join Teenovator as a mentor 2 years ago. And we built so many cool things. We built 7 startups together. We built a support platform for teenage mental health. We built a digital education platform for financial literacy. We built a marketplace for handcrafted school tools for 7 to 10-year-olds. We also built a startup tackling media literacy. Don't have time to tell you about that, but we can talk about it later. 80% of the ideas that they pitched was social projects. 100%, of course, were built on WordPress. And this is where Vlado and I came full circle. Since we went our separate ways professionally, I built a career, he built an empire. He was working 2 jobs, a CTO of a 1,000-people company, founded an AI startup, started a podcast empire, covering all sorts of topics that our social circle was close to, raised a child, and still volunteered all the time. He came and took photos at events and all that sort of stuff. And still, when I asked him to be my commenter, my commenter at Teenovator, he just said yes. It was a no-brainer. So we started doing sessions together, and mentoring with my mentor was like such a privilege. We brought our shared 20 years of experience in the field, 16, 17-year-olds, and Vlado's ability to engage, which maybe I've picked up a little bit of. We're building a community together. It was so good. We're constantly talking about the future of education. We're recording podcasts together, and we're talking about what are we going to build next. But a couple of months after this picture was taken, he was diagnosed with a stage 4 brain cancer. And less than a year later, he was gone. And the question became, what have we built? At the end of last year, I just felt like the whole world was shaking. The political world was shaking, and not in a good way. The global political world was shaking, and not in a good way. My safe haven, the WordPress world, was bloody shaking, and not in a good way. And my best friend was dying, and that was inevitable. But the thing about death is like, it kind of gives you perspective. You stop noticing small egos in any story. And you start asking the big questions. Why do we contribute? What do we want our legacy to be? We didn't really talk about his legacy in the year he was fighting cancer. But in the 2 months since he's been gone, I've thought about it a lot. He left constellations of communities he built around all the projects that he created, and raised them all in the open source culture. Just like me, just like us. You know, people carrying and passing forward the open source mindset and ways of doing things. He was the CEO rolling on the floor at WordCamps, taking photos as a volunteer. And this is the example that he left. Humility, dedication, duocracy, solving issues, doing really cool stuff with friends. I'm only one of the people he pulled into this, the thousands. Every one of the stories you heard and the projects we saw started with a human who decided to act. But all of them were built on a tool that I built with my friends. So what is our legacy as open source people? I want my legacy to be open source culture as a framework. Whether I choose to build the tool that powers social enterprises, whether I choose to build those social enterprises in my agency or as a side project, or whether I choose to train and build the next generation of open source people, I will be building something that is worthwhile. Which brings us back to 2014 and the scary question. What are you building? Thank you. No gifts? Okay.
Our speaker gifts are available. You've got your own bag to go floating down the Rhine, and there are some sweet treats inside. You want to fill it up with lots of air and roll it over 7 times before you jump in.
Okay.
Good luck swimming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Petya.
I mean, no way. Oh.
We're going to call for a break at this time. If you would like to ask Petya questions, she too will be available. Head out these doors, go in that direction, your left, if you're still looking towards me. We'll be back here at 11 for our next session. Stay tuned. Restrooms, straight back, down 1 set of steps. Or if you want to run and get some more coffee, because I think John's going there now. All the way downstairs. Hello, there's the microphone. Thank you, sound booth. Most appreciated. Thank you for the work that the sound booth and the video crew are doing as well, and our photos crew. If you know that your friends are like out in the lobby area right out here, go get them. Open up your phones, tell everybody that you know that's in the building, get up here, get up here. The next talk is something that I am super excited to hear about. Hello for those of you entering the room. If we haven't met, it is my goal to meet you before I leave. My name is Courtney Robertson. I have been coming to WordCamp Europe since, all of 2022. This is one of many WordCamps and many events that I get to go to on behalf of my employer, GoDaddy, but also I have been going to WordPress events, WordCamps, since 2009 as a contributor. And my background is as a former educator, former school teacher. So the reason that the next session excites me so much, you can see from the name up there, Teen Meets Veteran, 2 Perspectives on WordPress. So my background is as a high school computer teacher teaching web development in the classroom. For those of you that are old enough, I won't out you, but if you know when Pippin's plugins was really popular, I was using that with my students in my classroom. So we're going to have Elin and Lucy come to share with you in just a few moments a little bit more about the 2 different perspectives on learning WordPress and how you get those resources. The reason this really excites me is that the way that I decided to get involved, not just by teaching WordPress in my classroom. Now, I have my students go leave ratings and reviews on Hello Dolly. The forums crew got a little bit panicked when a dozen people from the same IP were all logging issues, and then they blocked my classroom, and I had to start letting them know, and Matt, when I would do that lesson. It was great. So I contributed through the training team to learn.wordpress.org. I'll be curious to hear if they make that as one of their resources today. But questions like, and I want all of you to think back to this time, when you very first met WordPress, first time ever. It's been some time for some of us. WordPress being now 22 years old, it's been a little while. So why did you look at WordPress to begin with? What brought you there? What was your experience like? If we have been using WordPress for a long time, sometimes we forget that it isn't always easy. Where do I go to change my site title? Can I just change my URL because I feel like it in my admin dashboard? Who's ever done that one? Oh, those Americans and what day the week starts on. How do I tell them to go fix it? You know, there are a lot of basics that we start taking for granted with even just the beginning of getting our WordPress site set up. So I'm really wanting to hear from Elin in just a few minutes about how Elin has learned to use WordPress, specifically because I'm thinking about not just the age of the folks in this room. We're powering 43% of the internet, and we've got a long way to go yet at empowering the youth currently for the job market that's coming for them in a few years, and what part 43% of the internet may play for some of that. So Elin and Lucy are going to come and share both their perspectives on learning WordPress, staying current with WordPress news and WordPress information, and where they turn for their resources. Thank you very much.
Sorry. The slides. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, welcome. My name is Luzi Stadler. I am 41 years old, and I'm CEO of the digital agency PR24. I have been working with WordPress for over 15 years, and I have used more than 10 different content management systems in my career. Our company is located in the Swiss mountains, both Elin and I coming from a very small mountain village. My main focus is helping our clients with planning, building, and improving websites and e-commerce shops. WordPress has been one of my most important tools for many years. In my free time, I run 2 websites. One is a shopping platform, and the other is a website for people who like fishing. The funny thing is, I don't really enjoy shopping, and I don't like fishing. So why do I do it? Because I love starting digital projects and make them work.
My name is Eline Krauer. I'm 17 years old, and I started my training as an interactive media designer at the PR24 10 months ago. WordPress was my introduction to the world of web design and digital communication. Even though I have no previous experience with other CMS, I am fascinated by the versatility of WordPress and the opportunity to implement my creative ideas directly. I look forward to further expand my knowledge and bring new perspectives to the projects. I also enjoy being creative outside of WordPress. I love to draw and design. That's my great passion. When I'm not painting, I love playing volleyball. It's the perfect balance to the digital world for me.
Elin and I created a questionnaire about WordPress. Then we both answered it and to see how we think about different topics. We wanted to find out where we agree and where we don't. The questions were about things like WordPress community, technology, the future, and our personal experiences. In our presentation, we will show you the most interesting things we have in common and the biggest differences. The best part, you can join in later. We will do with you a survey where you can then join Team Luzi or Team Elin. But now, first we will show you the results. We asked ourselves which WordPress dashboard color scheme is our favorite. I personally use the default color scheme Fresh, and I always used it. At first, it was just because it was easy. Later, it became a habit for me. It works well, it doesn't bother me, and I don't have to get used to new things. So why change something that has always worked?
So my favorite color scheme is definitely the modern. I find it just visually more appealing and it's easier on the eyes. In reality, however, I usually leave it on the fresh color scheme as well, because chaos regularly breaks out if someone in our office tries to change the color scheme. And team peace is more important than my design choice.
My first experiences with WordPress was in a small room at home, which I proudly called my office. At that time, I was still working as a web developer at a company called Update, and I tried WordPress in my free time. The installation was quick, and I was immediately excited by all the themes and plugins. It felt like I had discovered a full toolbox for building websites, and I couldn't stop experimenting. Back then, the web was still changing a lot. There was no clear winner when it came to content management systems. Many different CMS were popular at this time, and everyone was testing what worked best for their projects. It was an exciting time, full of learning and trying new things. I was so curious that I even built a small CMS myself, just to understand how everything works. Looking back, it was nothing like WordPress can do today, but it was an important step for me. That time shaped me, and it showed me how much freedom and creativity open source projects can offer.
I got to know WordPress for the first time during my trial apprenticeship at the PR24. My assignment was to design a website for an association of animal doctors within a week. I had no idea what to expect. But at the end of the week, I had a functioning website that only needed a few corrections. It was my first taste of success in web design, and I was proud of how much you can achieve with WordPress in such a short space of time. In the digital world, it's quite normal to work with a standard software without constantly questioning it. Tools like WordPress are simply there. You use them because they work, because they have proven themselves. And that's exactly how it was for me. I got to know WordPress as a tool that helps me to implement my own ideas quickly and easily. I like to work creatively, whether it's drawing, designing, or creating websites. For me, WordPress is like a digital sketchbook. I can use it to design, try things out, change things without having to deal with the technical substructure. I'm not interested in how the system works in detail, but in what I can do with it.
To be honest, my first impressions with WordPress was mixed. Back then, it didn't have the best reputation with developers in my circle. People said things like, it's slow, it doesn't scale, or it relies too heavily on the database. It was often seen just a tool for beginners, not something you will use for serious web projects. But then I looked at the WordPress showcase and saw some really interesting projects. One of them was a website from the Swedish government. Yes, Sweden, not Switzerland, where I'm from. We have chocolate, they have IKEA. That project showed me that WordPress could be used for much more than just small blogs. I started using examples like this to show the clients what WordPress really can do. And honestly, it was just so easy to use. Installation took minutes, the interface was clean, and you could get started right away. What many saw as a weakness, the simple database structure, turned out to be one of its biggest strengths. It made it easy to combine themes, plugins, and content without needing to be a hardcore developer. That mix of simplicity and flexibility is what made WordPress so powerful. What fascinated me from the beginning was how flexible WordPress is. I could change the code, build my own solutions, and use a huge number of free resources. I was especially impressed by the plugin system. You can add almost any feature you want. For me, as a developer, it was a playground.
My first impression of WordPress was a little mixed as well. The interface seemed a bit cluttered to me at first, and some functions weren't immediately self-explanatory. Especially when you're new to it, you quickly feel a bit lost among all the menus and settings. But at the same time, I had a feeling that I had room to create something here. I was immediately impressed. I was able to implement my own ideas without any prior technical knowledge. WordPress showed me that you can design cool things even as a beginner. It was a great feeling to be creative and see results straight away. For me, it was the perfect introduction to the world of web design.
During my career, I have worked with many content management systems and tested them carefully. In the end, I choose WordPress mainly because it's open source, has a large community, and is easy to use for both developers and end users. Its flexibility, ability to grow with plugins, and constant improvements make it my first choice. Another important point, WordPress is well known. Many clients have heard of it or even have experiences with it. That builds trust and makes working together much easier. When I use WordPress for a project, I don't have to spend a lot of time for explaining what it can do. It's easy to get started, and that also lowers the cost and effort for training and support. WordPress is great because it combines good technology with a big user base.
I came to know WordPress through my training at the PR24. And to be honest, I initially just relied on the recommendation. It was our company's default, so I worked with it. But after a short time, I realized how much you can do with it. It was easily accessible, fun, and I was soon able to implement my own ideas. Today, I'm glad that I started with it. I'd like to try out other CMS to gain experience in different areas, but for now, I'm satisfied. I was lucky that I was able to start directly with a tool that offers so many possibilities without having to delve too deep into the technology.
I regularly read the official WordPress blog and different topic-specific newsletters. This keeps me informed about technology topics and industry trends. I also like to test new plugins and themes myself. For me, that's the best way to evaluate and understand new developments.
I get most of the information in a casual way. My colleagues often tell me what's new, or sometimes I come across interesting articles or trends by coincidence. For example, through social media, and when influencers or experts talk about new features or tools. I like listening to them because oftentimes it's inspiring and it seems to be relevant to me.
To me, the WAPU is iconic. It stands for the community, openness, and the fun that comes with WordPress. And yes, I even have our PR24 WAPU on my office Crocs.
I think the WAPU is simply cute. It brings a bit of personality and humor to the WordPress world. And it's instantly recognizable.
Even if the graphic shows something different, accessibility is important to both of us, of course. Digital accessibility should be a basic standard. But in everyday work, there's often not enough budget for it, because many clients don't see the value right away. Luckily, WordPress has already many helpful features for accessibility. It's also a good choice when it comes to things like security, mobile use, and its strong community. What's also very important to me, speed and security. A website can look great and work well, but if it loads slowly and has security issues, people lose trust in it very quickly. WordPress offers many ways to improve performance and safety, but developers and clients both need to be aware of this. Fast loading times and a strong security setup are no longer nice to have. They are basic requirements for a successful website today.
As a future designer, mobile optimization is particularly important to me. Most people use websites on their phones nowadays. So everything not only has to look good, but also has to work. No, sorry, I meant it not only has to work, but also has to look good. But I also find topics such as security, community, and accessibility important. They are simply part of a good website. I naturally take speed and security for granted. For me, these are the basics for being able to work creatively at all. I want to be able to rely on a stable and secure system without having to constantly deal with the technical details. In my opinion, that's the plugins and theme developers' responsibility. And my focus is on design, user experience, and content. And for that, I need a tool that has my back.
I would like to see a simpler user interface, especially for large websites. It should have fewer menu items to be easier to navigate. This would help editors focus on their content without getting lost in too many menus. Better performance would also be a big win, especially for more complex projects. In this regard, there have already been many efforts and improvements. And something I wanted for a long time, real built-in multilingual support also in the front end. A smooth integrated feature for websites with multilingual languages would make life much easier, especially here in Switzerland, where we work across 4 national languages every day. What's other important to me, the ongoing development of the WordPress core must be secured for the long term. It's the foundation for everything from themes, plugins to custom solutions. To make this happen, we need more than just volunteer work. We also need strong support from the profit-driven organizations. Many benefit a lot from WordPress, but not all give back equally.
I would like to see an even simpler and more intuitive user interface, especially for beginners. I would also love it if AI-supported content was implemented directly in the editor, especially for text suggestions or image ideas. And of course, more interactive elements and animations that can be integrated without programming knowledge. I would also like it if for WordPress to become even more of a creative tool, not just for developers, but also for designers. New technologies such as AI, but also integrated photo editing directly in the dashboard could help to simplify and speed up creative processes. If you could crop, filter, or adjust an image directly in the backend without having to use external tools, that would be a big step towards a true all-in-one design system. For me, as a creative person, that would be a real game changer.
I'm 90% optimistic about the future of WordPress. For me, the platform is stable, flexible, and always improving. If topics like performance, multilingual support, and the usability keep moving forward, WordPress will stay a key tool for modern web projects. But there is something that worries me, some of the values that WordPress strong in the beginning, fairness, openness, collaboration, seems to be slowly fading. More and more we see big companies using their market power. They promote plugins very aggressively in the backend of WordPress with one-click installs, or they hardly contribute to the development of the WordPress core. Some are moving away from the open source idea and the WordPress philosophy. I hope that we as a community stay alert and actively work to keep WordPress an open, diverse, fair ecosystem, where smaller providers, developers and creatives also have their place.
I am 75% positive about the future of WordPress. There's still room for improvement, especially when it comes to the user interface and creative possibilities such as animations or AI-supported content. But I'm convinced that WordPress will continue to evolve and become more and more exciting for designers like me. Since I haven't been around that long, I take a very, very vague guess. In my environment, at school, for example, I see other platforms are being used to create really cool websites. At first glance, other tools seem more modern and design-oriented. This shows me that WordPress needs to evolve in order to remain attractive to young and creative people. What I also noticed, WordPress is not just WordPress. Depending on which theme you're using, the user experience feels completely different. There is no consistent user experience. And that can be confusing, especially for beginners. Sometimes you have to completely reorient yourself, even though you've actually already worked with WordPress. I would like to see more consistency here, so that you can concentrate on your creative work and not have to constantly relearn how the system works.
Thanks for staying with us so far. Now it's time for a quick live poll. All you need to do is raise your arm to take part. We had a few questions where Ellen and I had different topics, different opinions. We will share our perspectives, and then it's your turn to vote by raising your hand. Are you in Team Ellen or in Team Luzi? Let's do a quick test.
So the first question is, do you agree that code is poetry? And Luzi clearly says, well-written code is elegant, creative, and poetic.
Ellen says, no, code is not poetry, but simply a tool to getting things done. So it's now question to you, are you in Team Ellen? Then raise your arm now. Thank you. Then, where are in Team Luzi? Please raise your arm now. Oh. It looks like that more people agree with me. Okay, a code can be beautiful and creative like poetry. Sorry, Ellen.
Do you think that WordPress is complex to learn? Luzi says, no, WordPress is actually pretty easy to learn, especially compared to other systems.
Ellen says, yes, WordPress can be a bit confusing at the first time, especially if you are new to it. So, are you in Team Ellen? Then please raise your arm now. Thank you. Are you in Team Luzi? Then please raise your arm now. I think it's a tie. Yeah, it's a tie. Some say WordPress is easy, others say it's tricky in the beginning. Maybe it just depends on how you learn.
So the next question is performance more important than functionality? And Luzi says, yes, performance is crucial. A slow website loses its users no matter how many features it has.
Ellen says, no, functionality is more important. A website must at first do all of what it needs to do. So, so are you in Team Ellen? Then please raise your arm now. Are you in Team Luzi? Then please raise your arm now. Sorry, Ellen, it looked like point for me. For most of here is more important the speed. A fast website wins hearts before the pictures even load.
All right. Do you like to create with a page builder? Luzi says, no, I prefer working directly in the code. It gives me more control and better performance, and also clean output.
Ellen says, yes, page builders are great for creating nice-looking websites, especially for creative people without deep coding knowledge.
Sorry, Gutenberg is thought as a page builder?
Yeah. It gives more points for Ellen than, yes, it's a page builder. Gutenberg also, huh? Okay, please raise your arm when you are in Team Ellen. Oh, it looks like a win for you. Eh? Are you in Team Luzi, like the coding? Or
Okay. I think I won that.
So Ellen wins this round. Eh? The crowd here loves page builders. Fast visual and no need to write code. Click, style, publish, done. So now we come to the final question. This is your last chance. To raise your hand and make your voice heard. Think carefully, trust your heart, choose wisely. Ready? Go.
Ja, dat is echt okay. Do you think minimalist design is always the right choice? Luzi says, yes, clean and simple styles are my favorite. Minimalist design is always the right choice.
Ellen says, no, colorful, playful designs are better. Minimal design is boring. Are you in Team Ellen? Please raise your arm now. Are you in Team Luzi? Minimal design team. So what do you think, Ellen?
Could be a tie.
Could be a tie, yeah. Okay, it's a tie, huh? Some love the calm of minimalism, others the joy of creativity. So, that comes to the... okay, the last is missing. Okay, that's the closing words. We've seen different views, raised hands, and maybe even changed some minds. Some of you stood with Team Ellen, some others with Team Luzi, and somewhere something between. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and most of all, be fair and keep it open. Thank you for being part of this amazing community, and see you later then at the WordCamp Cafe. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Ellen and Luzi, thank you both so very much. Folks, pay attention, especially to where Ellen's answers were and the thoughts that she had, and think through how we are educating those that are going to come along and join the workforce with us. We need to really pay attention to some of the learning styles of where Ellen is now and where she may be over the next couple of years. Both will be available when you walk out of this room and you head, what is my right, your left, if you're looking at me. Over to the side is the WP Cafe area. You can go there for some more discussion, questions and answers, etc. We have some gifts for both of you.
Thank you.
Yes. If you happen to be going swimming in the Rhine before you leave here, these bags can serve as your inflatable to carry you down the river. You need to probably look up a video, but you fill them with air and you roll them down, and they are your flotation device as you're swimming the Rhine, and I hope to do that as well on Sunday, maybe before leaving. There are some sweet treats in there as well for you. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you, Thank you. We can now swim the whole Rhine down. We are coming from the beginning of the Rhine, then we can jump in and stop then next time in Basel.
Yes, there you go. You'll need that for the long journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. We have about a 15-minute break right now. If you need the restrooms, we're on about a 15-minute break before our next session begins. You can walk out the door and what is towards my left at the moment. Down the flight of steps will be restrooms. If you need more coffee, I encourage you to go to the sponsors hall all the way in the bottom floor. The coffee there looked really good. I think I might need some more after I'm done emceeing in this room. Thank you all for coming. See you again in about 15 minutes for our next session. Thank you, sound booth, very much. Thank you for all of the volunteering that you all have been doing to put this event on. If you look around and you know your friend was saying, I really need to get to this thing, text them right now. Get in here. It's time. We've got one session to go before our lunch break. Please bring everybody in. Feel free to come closer. We won't bite this time. Come closer. Just this time. Yeah. It's been so good to spend the morning here in Track 1 with all of you. And it's just so good to have the time for us, again, to be together. I look out in this crowd and I think, hi, friends. And if we haven't met, I hope to do that in the very near future. My name is Courtney Robertson. I am an open source developer advocate for GoDaddy Pro. In addition to that, I have helped co-found the WP Community Collective. I do a lot of work in the WordPress project around, it was launching learn.wordpress.org. That was a big goal of mine for a long time. I've participated in some of the releases. I am these days working on some of the areas with contributor dashboards, measuring how we are contributing back to this project, because you all make WordPress possible and power so many things in the globe. If you've been hanging out in Track 1, Noel this morning brought the tears out for me right away. The thing is, in using WordPress, powering all of this stuff that we do, getting the ability to have this beautiful event, getting all of the volunteers that make this an affordable and appropriate event for everybody. It takes a lot of communication. That's something that I am personally working on and learning, especially if I'm working on some goals of how we fund contributors at the WPCC. Those are things that it takes a lot of dialogue and discussion when I am going to my leaders at my employer and saying, here's who we need to have at this event, why we need to have them there. Here are the initiatives going on in the project we should sponsor, we should contribute to this thing, to that thing. They're dealing with a lot of other stuff. I work with like 10,000 other people at my company. My department is not 10,000 people, thank goodness. My department's smaller than that, but it's still several hundred people that my executives that make a lot of decisions have to handle. And they're working on their internal stuff, and then everybody's like, but don't forget to contribute to WordPress. I won't let them forget, by the way. But it takes a lot of communication to be able to do that. And sometimes I need some help with that. So I'm really excited to hear today from Alexandra on transforming tech leadership, 3 ways to shift communication and get your time back. Because if I can make it faster and move on to doing other work besides continuing to advocate internally, if my communication improves, I get to do more stuff. I don't have to keep repeating that in different formats. So thank you very much for being with us all for this final session in the morning session here. Alexandra, please come on up.
Hi, thank you. Hi. Okay. This is the topic that all of you are waiting for, right? People stuff, communication. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I'm Alexandra Lomańska. I'm from Poland. So I came here to show you a couple things that might be transformative, might be something that will be your aha moment from today's session. I'm a former violinist turned engineer turned organization psychologist, and I've decided to combine my analytical brain with everything that we deal with. So if you came here to sit comfortably, it is not going to happen. So before I jump into what I've prepared for you, I'm going to make you uncomfortable at the very beginning of this presentation, and I'm going to invest 3 minutes of my time in that. So please stand up, everybody. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Oh, the worst show ever. Stand up. Go ahead, go ahead. Stand up if you're coming. Stand up, okay. Thank you. Okay, so the first task that you're getting from me today is to find one person somewhere around you, left, right, somewhere, and 3 minutes of a conversation with the other person, answering one question. First person, then the second person. What do you hate the most when it comes to working with people? You go. 3 minutes. A minute and a half. Thirty seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time is up. Woo! Okay, bravo for you. First uncomfortable thing here done. You can sit down. Finally. Yeah, that's what we came here for. I hear those sighs in here. Okay, so this is it. And in this exercise, most of the time, what I got? I hate when people don't think logically, doing things without any sense, speaking too much, not listening, thinking that they're the smartest person in the room. My leader is not listening to what I've got to say. I'm an expert here. I know what to do, and I cannot do it because nobody listens. Anybody here with that kind of, all of those above? That's why I started my own companies, to not deal with a lot of things. But today, I've got 3 things, 3 ways, but I would say 3 elements of the process. My analytical brain is here with you. So take notes. You can take photos of everything is on the slides, because you are going to need it after this beautiful conference. But to feed your beautiful brains, do you know that people spend 17 hours per week, approximately, on clarifying communication, meetings, to the meetings, because the meetings passes by and we're not establishing anything, actually, no action points? I don't know people who are saying, Alex, I have too little of a meeting on my calendar. I could have used more. So research is there. And for those of you who are founders, entrepreneurs, leaders, money talks as well. So if you like it, here we go. So pure communication costs us approximately 10 to 12% of an employee's annual salary, and numbers are here. So I took like an approximate amount of money that a DevOps engineer has. Any DevOps engineers here can count on this number. And it's approximately 12 to 14K per year. And if you're saying that you don't have money to growth, to development, to have extra tech, to have something that can support you in working smarter, this is a lie. Because this is where we can save actual money. And this is, the times are over where we treated soft skills like something that is not important. They are power skills now. It can be potato, but you know what? You can be the smartest person in the room when it comes to technology. You can have beautiful skills when it comes to your tech skills. But at the end of the day, there's always some person that you are working with. There's a client, external, internal one. There are people that you need to work with. They are your team. If you are a leader, there's your team, stakeholders, matrix teams, you name it. And we like it or not. I know that I have an approximate superstition, I would say, that most of you here in this room, if you could have worked all alone, you could have taken it. Okay? So this is it. And data speaks for yourself. So this is it. But you know what I'm hearing all the time? Despite that, we do know from a rational, analytical brain that, yes, those skills are important, because if I don't waste time on that, I can reinvest it in the tech stuff that I really love. But I work with tech space more, like for the last 10 years, I was working with different teams, organizations, and you know what I still see all the time? This is it. And it cost us a lot. So I want to introduce for you those 3 steps, those 3 things that I want you to have after this session, practical things that you can take and do and implement in your life. So what we can do here, get an algorithm for people. So actually there is one that you can use. So if you like your algorithms, that you work around processes, patterns, procedures, documentation. And we all know that it's something that can work. You can get it for people. Alex, interesting. OK, tell me more. So once you get it, you use it, and you get your 17 hours per week back. If there's somebody in this room who doesn't need extra 17 hours, let me know. OK, we can trade. But if you need it, if you can really use it, stay with me. We are going to go through some practical stuff here. So I would love you to meet John. John is one of my mentees that I work with a couple months back. He started as a Java developer, so a tech person, then he came to the role of product owner, then a product manager, and right now he's a VP of product in his startup. So he's a founder of a well-known startup in Poland. And he came to me, and he said, Alex, I need to fire my whole team. The whole one. Developers and back office. I cannot work with them. 40 people. 39, let's say. And I'm like, OK, interesting, tell me more. Okay. What was the root cause of this sentence that I've got from John? John was dealing with, and check with yourself, this is your experience, any of those bullet points that I'm going to give you. John was dealing with endless meetings that need another meeting, to clarify things and make any decision at the end. So this is the first thing. The second thing was that people are not delivering their job on time or in a quality that we need. So this was it. And at the end of the day, when John delegated a task and he got a result, and he was like, oh my goodness, what a moron. I did it like 15 years ago with my eyes closed. So he ended up like doing everything on his own. Because he's an expert, so he can do it, right? And the third thing, that people are not understand what he says. In his brain, everything is clear, but those not very smart people are not understanding it. So this is why John told me, I need to fire those old people that I have. I cannot work with it anymore. This is not working. My genius zone is not in everything else, but I want this firm to happen, to deliver value. And his intention was good. So what do we know about John? And if any of those are your characteristics and qualities, stick with me. John speaks data. Language of facts, logic. He says things like, I think, in my brain, it needs to make sense. The data says, the logic is there, the facts are there. Things need to make sense for him as well. So if something doesn't make any sense, he's not going to do it. And what's most important, and it was visible in the story, John gets frustrated when people don't think, they make mistakes. Stupid mistakes are the worst for him. Repetitive mistakes, asking the same questions over and over again. Making irrational decisions. Don't use any data whatsoever to make any decisions. Don't deliver work. Don't deliver certain things that we agreed on and waste their time on illogical conversations and create drama. Yeah. So this is John. Who is like John here? Thank you. And those of you who didn't put your hands in, you'll see. But what we know from that, and here's the algorithmical part coming in. John is a thinker. John is a thinker from process communication model framework that I use as a communication intelligence, part of what I preach and use and teach, especially in tech space that we don't particularly like to invest time in people skills. But to take the 17 hours back, we need to be smarter. We need to put the algorithm there. And it is not about putting people in the boxes. It's about creating a framework that I can use and analytically go through all of those elements. There are only 6. So John is a thinker, but there are 5 more options. So if you want to take any photos here from the slides, feel free to do it, because this is the part that you can actually use in practice while the conversation here and the whole thing is over. So we have a thinker, and the thinker is what we already mentioned. So a person who speaks data, facts, logic, thoughts, gets frustrated when other people don't make time and space to analyze things that are too fast as well, because the thinker needs to calmly analyze things. And when they have the person that is like, you know what, John, I need it now, I need it right now, just give me a decision, they're just going, no, I'm not going to do it. The next one, the second one, is persister. So persister is all about opinions. In my view, in my opinion, in my point of view, for me the important thing is, this is the wording that you can actually read over emails, Slack messages, Teams messages, or listening from other people. And those people are so focused on process, procedures, politics, that sometimes they're forgetting about the whole world. So things need to be in order, but not from the analytical perspective, but from the perspective of the rules. So rules need to be there, met. And they get frustrated when things are not perfect. Do you know people who are like, you have a 99% of the task completed, and they see only this 1% that is not done? This is it. This is this person. When people don't follow the rules, they get angry. When people are not trustworthy, they get angry, and they attack under stress and under pressure as well. So this is the persister part. Harmonizer. Emotions. I don't feel like it. You know what, this idea that you gave me, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel right. Okay. So those people that speak emotions, I feel, in my feeling, they have a huge access to a vocabulary of emotions as well. So they seek harmony. They are great people to build teams. They seek good atmosphere. They remember about the birthdays. They collect money for the birthday gifts. So they are taking care of the atmosphere that we have here together. And they got frustrated when the other people don't care. Other people don't see them as a person. So this is the person that don't, if you are leaders here, leaders, founders, when you recognize people, give feedback, this is the person who doesn't need good job, good work. because this is not their need. They need to hear, it's good to have you in a team. It's amazing what you do, what you contribute to the team. It's thanks to you, team is working like that. And for analytical brains like most of yours, because you raised your hand, is like, what the? But we communicate like we like most of the time, like we need, like we prefer. And we think in our brains that everybody else needs the same thing. And that is the biggest lie that our brain gives us. 5 more options, not a lot. So this is it, the harmonizer. The 4th one, the rebel. Okay, people, let's get this party started. Okay, coffee, lunch, tea, okay? How are you going? How are you doing? Okay. Like a crazy person. Let's just sit down and get to work. Okay? And those people need contact. And we can laugh. But especially in tech space, right now, I see more and more people like that in their base of personality. So we're using the most of this frequency. And they are so frustrated, and people don't want to talk with them, don't want to eat lunch with them, don't have to organize time to have coffee with them. So they need to have fun. They need to have creativity. They need to have something they can do with others. But if things are boring, they're just not delivering work, like at all. I had an employee last year with this personality base, and you know what I've experienced? I gave him a task, and he came to me and said, Alex, I don't like a task like that. And I was like, my persistor soul, because I'm a persister from my base, I was like, kid, just go and do your task. Just my millennial brain to the Gen Z brain, I was like, and it is from it. So if you are hearing like people that, they like it, it's crap, I'm not doing it, and your brain is like, what? This is it. So it is not laziness, it is not disengagement, like we think from our analytical brain and our generation. This is it. This is a need for having fun, for having something creative to do. Repetitive tasks are like crazy for this person. 5, promoter. Number 5 is promoter. Promoter is like, okay, no more talking, let's do things. Yeah, okay, analyzing, schmanalyzing, blah, blah, blah. An hour of a meeting, just give me like 10 minutes, just invite me to the end, tell me what to do, and I'm going to do it. Okay? Do you know people like that? No analyzing. We're just going to go things and we'll see. #agile. We'll see what will happen. Iteratively, we are going to check out. So they cannot wait. They are going frustrated when things are slow. And the last one will be the slowest for them. So they get crazy when people are thinking, are analyzing things, are talking with each other so long. And he's like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I have a little stroke here. So they need a lot of things to do. So if you are this person, or you have employees like that, repetitive tasks, nope. Documentation preparation, nope. Okay? Processes mapping, okay? But they're great with doing things, with execution. They have a task, they go do it. They have another one, they go do it. So this is something that we need to make things work. And interestingly, for those analytical brains of yours, only 5% of global population is this personality base. So a lot of thinkers, a lot of talkers, but when it comes to doing things, yeah, this is it. Last but not least, an imaginer. This is a person who uses the imagination. They imagine things, and all of the work that they're doing is in their brains. So they don't speak a lot. I have so many workshops that I run when the whole day, and people are like sitting like that. Whole day. You can check your position right now. Not saying anything, just poker face. I don't know what they're thinking. I'm not sure if they think that I'm crazy. I talk too much. I give those weird examples from my personal life as well, and professional life, last 10 years of being a leader and working with different organizations. This is what I do, and those people are sometimes like, what the hell is going on? And the Imaginers are like thinkers, but not very vocal. So this is like the memes, like there's a brain and the whole story is here. So beautiful things are happening in this brain. And I have one COO that I work with, go back in Poland, and he's this person, this imaginer in his personality base, because we all have all of those qualities, but every single person has one that is the strongest in them. And when I go to him for a meeting, and we have a contract on that, of course, I bring my lunch. Because I said something to him, and he's standing in front of his window, and he's like, And the process goes like crazy in this brain, but I'm like, because I cannot stand this, the speed of the process. It's super hard for me. But I understand, and I know that this is important for him. To not push him, because if you push this person, they are going to withdraw, and you're getting nothing. And interesting thing, they hate questions, like the promoter before. So we are learning that ask more questions. And people who are thinkers, they love questions, because we need to gather data. We need to know more. And there are all of those beautiful things that are learning, that they're teaching us that we should ask more questions. This is a coaching approach. Super beautiful, but only 2 out of 6 of those are responding to questions. That's why, when you ask a question at home, for example, honey, what you want to get from dinner? I don't know, you choose. And no, not this one. I don't want this one. So this is why. So this is an algorithm, and we all have all of those, but every single person has one. So this is it. And you can say, Alex, this is interesting, but what do I do with that? So this is a theory part, very beautiful, beautiful slides and everything, but what do I do with that? So, number 1, recognize the algorithm. When you talk to somebody, you can try to do it starting lunchtime that we have after the speech. So when you talk with people, listen to how and what they're saying, not the context, the wording. Listen to the I think, I believe, in my opinion, for me personally, I feel, or so listen for it. You can take some emails, Slack, Teams messages, and you can check the wording. This is the easiest thing that you can do, because you don't need to listen. You have everything in written. So you can take it and see, okay, my boss is saying, interesting. Okay? So recognize the pattern. This is always the first step of everything. And you are doing great, so many analytical brains here, so you can do a pattern recognition very easily. So recognize the algorithm. Check what kind of wording is the most repetitive. Use the algorithm for you. So tailor your communication a little bit. This is something that is called communication intelligence, because we can talk about the regular intelligence. We can talk about emotional intelligence. That is, for those of you like me, who don't have a lot of access to the harmonizer floor, speaking about emotions is like, nope, not doing it. So that's why we need to use our brains better. And this is what you do beautifully, because you wouldn't be here if you don't do it. So using it, tailor your communication a little bit. Sometimes even one change from I think to I believe makes the whole change. And this is not something we are taught in school. So that's why we are here today learning that. And using it is getting your time back. Because when you tailor your communication, you're getting better understanding, you are better in contracting, we understand each other better, so we don't need so many meetings. Meetings are shorter, and we get this time back so we can reinvest it in things that we really like, that are in our genius zones. And this is something that we should crave for here, to have this time. And if I'm going to listen one more time, I don't have time, Alex. I don't have time to take care of myself, to read, to listen, to have one-on-ones with my team, to actually sit and think. This is not true, because we are wasting so much time on that. And what I would love for all of you to have before we go for our lunch is that the knowledge is potential power. And we all love having knowledge. That's why we're here in these events like that. And that's why I gave you a little bit of knowledge here today. But using knowledge is a real one. So this is something that I want you to have, and I'm going to use the last 3 minutes of my time here to get you uncomfortable again. Standing up, who can, please? Go, go, go. Oh, okay, it was so uncomfortable. Standing up, who can, please? Okay. Okay, same exercise. So find a partner or two if you want. We can stretch as well, of course, after this 30 minutes. We can do it. And talk about one thing that you are going to do after this speech today. What you are going to be more mindful about, who are you going to talk about it, what you are going to do. Go. Okay, 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Please don't sit. Please don't sit down. Please don't. Just get up, get up, get up, get up. It wasn't a sentence out loud. Okay. So this is me. Thank you for joining this session, and please come back to another sessions after the break, after the lunch, and that's how you'll get a standing ovation, okay? Thank you.
Alex, that was a smooth move there on the end.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for coming to share with us. Hey, communication, where are we? Thank you very much, Alex, for coming to share with us. We have a speaker gift available for you.
Thank you.
If you want to float the Rhine, this is now your inflatable that you can use as your personal flotation device. There are some lovely sweet treats inside of it. For those of you that would like to be able to stop and ask Alex some questions, look for Sailor Moon, obviously, or Lady Gaga, as she has also shared. You could find her wandering the hallway like you all will be soon to get your lunch. If you would like a little bit more time, we do have the WP Cafe, but that will be closed right now until the sessions begin again after lunch. Thank you very much,
Thank
Alex.
you, thank you.
Lunch plans, housekeeping for lunch. Lunch is available in the sponsor hall. You want to go all the way back down the steps to get to the sponsor hall. While you are down there, take your time, visit some of the other sponsors' booths. They really like connecting with you, and without them, we also would not be able to pull this event off. Thank you all for being with us today. I look forward to seeing you around at the event. If I haven't met you yet, I will check in with you there. Goodbye.
The mic is on. You can talk now.
Thanks. Can you just increase the font size of the speaker notes real quick?
By a lot.
By a lot.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I know Anna is now.
Yes, if you go to the speakers room downstairs, they're all there. And
Okay, I don't know where is the speaker room. In the first floor?
I'll accompany you.
No, sí me acuerdo del mapa. No, por eso.
Roses are red. We have sound. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch and that you're not tired because of the lunch. Usually you have an after lunch dip. So it's time for lightning talks. My name is Sjoerd Blom. I am the host for this session of this afternoon. We're kicking off with a session of lightning talks. Short, snappy, and packed with insight. Each speaker has exactly 10 minutes and no Q&A afterwards. So if you have questions for them, just go to WordPress or WordCamp Cafe and you can ask them the questions. Now, sit back, digest at your own pace, and let's get inspired. Let's dive in with Anna. So, meet Anna. For the next 10 minutes, we will hear from her, who literally built her career from the support desk up, right? Anna Hurko started in the technical support during a time of conflict in her hometown of Kherson, Ukraine, and rose through the ranks to become the CEO of CrocoBlock, the team behind some of WordPress' most widely used dynamic plugins.
Yes.
Her journey is a powerful example of how listening closely to your users isn't just good support, it's smart product strategy. And through it all, she stayed grounded, playing guitar, painting, and learning new languages, even while relocating due to war. Now, give please a welcome to Anna Hurko with a talk, Building Support as the Core of Product.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit nervous, but not only because it's my first speech on the big stage, because I will talk about support, and it's my huge love. And I think we often don't understand the impact of support teams to our business. But as you know, all traumas and progress in life comes from childhood trauma. So we will start with it. I have started as a support team member 11 years ago, and I think it make all this story complete. Because of that first experience of being a support manager and then to become a product team, we have done a lot of things in CrocoBlock and implemented the experience inside the team. I don't want to go through the timeline, but it's somehow very crucial for me. And somewhere in the center, between project and product owner in the company I worked for, we launched the CrocoBlock. And here I have a very cute slide with the first ever comments which our product had. And why it's related to the support and to the community, because support for me is a representative for community. And first, our plugins were launched in marketplaces. But our support team came to us saying, oh my God, customers want us to make a separate project. We need to make a separate project. And then we sit down and decided, OK, we need a separate project. And once we started CrocoBlock, we started it with a Facebook community. It was like landing page and Facebook community 7 years ago. And I think with Elementor, it was the first open community. I don't remember anyone else. We were like starters for it. Like to show we don't afraid of comments. We don't afraid to communicate with our customers face to face. So for me, the project started with the support experience in the first place. And when I say that the topic is about support, it's equal as topic about the customers, because they're like going together hand by hand. Yeah. So once we started CrocoBlock, we started it with 7 to 8 to 10 people. And we were trying to break all the rules which are possible to break. And you can see here that support is the customers, and you can see that all our team is a support team. How we came to it. We first launched with 10 people, 10 people. We had only one support team member at that time. She's with us, Olga, so one of the green t-shirts. It was the only one support team member. What does it mean for a success project? Because we will succeed from the first day. That means we had a lot of customers and one support team member that everyone else was supporting as well. Developers, copywriters, CEO, and others. And it worked so nice for us. We had so nice feedback from customers, and we knew what we should do next and which features to launch. So we tried to implement it further. So when we started to grow our team with further support members, we didn't want to take best practices for the support, to make tiers, to make chat for simple questions, tickets for complicated questions. First rule we wanted to break is not to play ping pong with customers. Like someone comes to you in the support with a complicated question, and then it's sent to ticket system, and ticket system, they say, oh no, you should wait for a bug report, and go submit that form or this form. So we create a support team who you can come, tickets or chat. It doesn't important, and just how it's comfortable to you, but all the support members are equal scalable, and they can solve all your issues. Of course, as we have complicated products, somehow now we have some technical department inside support, between support and the team itself. What it gave to us very reliable customers who love support, and customers became a part of the product as well in this way, because the second rule was not to have rules for support, so they can just come and communicate any developer or me and say the feedback. So they can say that this bullshit doesn't work, fix it right now. And they don't need to wait anymore in lines in all the systems and go above managers to know that they need to submit something and wait. So if customer comes to support, they have direct answer. And yeah, so it's just make it more easy for customers. So here we, just off topic, but we invented in this stage Zoom calls as well, even if it was very expensive and risky, just to be more open, so any customer can submit a Zoom call and just to talk for a support representative. So that's brings us to the third most important rule of the support team is honesty. Actually, it's inside the Krka blog itself, to be honest, and it's what we teach to our support people first of all. Be honest with the customer. If it's our fault, say it's our fault. If it's our bug, say it's our bug. If you can't help, please just tell them you can't help. Don't send that emails. We will try our best after 22 hours or 24 hours, one more, and then at the end, go to elementary support, please. But don't do it. I love elementary, you know. Yeah, this is what we have done for our customers, and they give us back. So here I have mentioned some channels where we have customers' feedbacks from. So support team is not only about fixing bugs or helping with the troubles. I have seen that by myself when I came from support team to the product team. All the marketers and project managers were attacking me with the questions about customers, because actually, if you're a good supporter, you know all the pains of your customers. So we use our support team, sorry for this word, but in a good way, to have all possible feedback from a customer to know their pains. Because, okay, we can do as well user interviews, and we can interact in WordCamps, and every customer can write me in Facebook, for example, or in Discord, or Telegram. Spanish community knows. Yeah, but we have a lot of different feedback in refund reasons, you know, just a very inspiring place, and in GitHub and so on. So we use feedback from support to improve our product itself. And I always tell the secret, but don't tell my CTO, he's not here. If you have a very nice case, very interesting, really you don't know what to do, our support can help, you can write him in Facebook and he will help you. That's what I mean by support is not on the support team, but the whole team is a support team. Yeah, so this is what we do with customers' feedback, and actually, this is the way. Yes, so all this brought us to the point that this year we made a rule. So we have done it before, but from this year, mostly all the people in Krka blog team can go to these positions. You can see, basically it's everything only except marketing and designers from support team. So we bring new people to the support team, they teach them, we give them space to give us feedback and to work with another teams on the daily basis. And after they can go to the other positions. And that's how we have this support in the core of the product and the team, because they go further. As they decide what we develop next, they test the product because they know exactly where to click to find the bug, because they know what will do the customer with it. And we have loyal team, so that gives us a lot of opportunities to have team who really knows customer and product. And yeah, and we give options for people to grow, which is very important because you can stay in support for 10 years. I don't remember what I wanted to add here, sorry. Yeah, so this is basically almost everything I wanted to say. As well as hidden message to my presentation was not only to talk about support and importance of support, actually to bring the topic up, I need to talk about 2 hours, not so short. But the hidden message was for every support member now, just know your value, know what you can do for the company, and know that you are really important if you're involved in the process. And you can actually grow to whatever you want, to be CEO or marketer or what you want. Yeah. Thank you. It's my LinkedIn in case. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna,
Thank you.
for showing us the way. I think that support this is great, amazing. So next up, we have Jennifer, and she will walk us through some hard-learned agency lessons. She's been working with WordPress for over 15 years, leading digital projects with teams across Germany and the US. And 8 years ago, she co-founded a white label, a WordPress agency, and she now helps teams bring order to chaos through better workflows and structure. She's here today to share a few agency missteps and the valuable lessons that came out of them. And if you'd like to chat more, she will be at WordCamp Cafe right after her talk. Welcome, Jennifer Aguilera Schumacher with 3 WordPress agency FUPs and what I learned from them. Give her a big hand.
Oh, I don't have a clicker. Wait a second. There we go. Well, thanks for having me today. Before actually getting started, I wanted to make sure that I admit something. Yes, I've been working in WordPress with WordPress for more than 15 years, collaborating with agencies, leading teams, but I still see so many projects where things go bad and then great people get frustrated and demotivated. And to be honest, or let's say my embarrassing part here, is that for more than 10 years, I have been an active part of that problem. I accepted the chaos, I worked more hours than what I was actually billing for, and in the end, to be honest, it is not something that just costs budget and time, it costs you. It costs your joy, your energy, your motivation, and also it costs the presence that you have to be with your loved ones when you come home. So there was one particular evening where I was sitting on a couch and I actually wanted to, talk to my very patient husband, trying to unload again all of my frustration. And that particular night, it ended up in a very frustrating discussion. We actually had a bit of a fight, and he said something that shook me so deeply. That was for me such a, I didn't want to hear it. I was like so in shock. And I actually want to tell you what happened that night, but before actually going to that story, I want to share a few F-ups, FUPs, like stuff that happened, and walk you through 3 real-life situations and how the hell I got out of this mess. So the first one, actually a bit connected to my colleague's talk earlier, was about web support that drains your soul. So there was an agency that I work with. Their main business is about support retainers. It's not the projects per se. So there were so many retainers, so many projects and clients to take care of, but every request went through the project manager, everything. I was like the single point of contact, but it was the most stressful, frustrating PM position I've ever had. I was all over the place. My email box was full. I was creating the ticket, coming back to the client, then back to the developer, following up, back and forth, and again, and I really hated support. I was really frustrated. I didn't want to do it anymore. And there were 2 options. Just, stick with it or find a solution and then, move on. And just to give you a bit of an impression how I felt like, yep, maybe some of you know how that's like, another slap in the face, again, losing time, you're not finishing what you're working on, moving on. And when you get smacked in the face so often, then we have to change something. So what did we do? We made sure that I'm not anymore in the middle. I was sick of that, not happening anymore. We established first and second level support, so actual devs responding to these tickets. We set something up, a help center in Jira Service Management, so the requests come via that tool. And then what we also did, we stopped working on these tiny quotes, like, hey, I need an item that's 3 hours. Can you just quote me and offer me a 3-hour item? Nope. You either get a monthly budget or a budget that's a block of hours, and we just work based off of budgets. And the other cool thing we did is we set up an automatic reporting. They get a report every month. That's your budget, that's how much you have been spending, that's how much is left, and we pull in automatically from Jira all the tickets that are done. So I do not need to go back to them for all those details either. The next story is about the design handoff from hell. So we were subcontracted by a design agency, and the dev budget and everything was prepared in advance. They came to us, we said, okay, let's go. The design files were in Adobe XD. We continued, started, and noticed, oh my God, there's so many things that are off. And basically, that's how we felt in that situation. We had at the end so many rounds of revisions, and this was off. The font size is different on the mobile screen, on desktop screen, such a big mess, to be honest. But because we did not communicate in advance, because we did not have a review before doing that, we ended up covering for the project. And that's super embarrassing, I know. I didn't lose profit only. I had to pay on top at the very end just to wrap things up. Very embarrassing. But yeah, that happened. So what we did is we said, that's not going to happen again. Let's set up our standard Figma. How do we want things to be? How do we need things to be? So variables, tokens, how do we hand things over? How do we make this perfect for development? Notes, everything. We made a handover checklist. What is the process here? How do we need this? And if we do not have a review, we're not going into development. It's part of our offer. So we check, hey, we have the times for reviewing the design, preparing everything, and only when that's done, yes, now we can move on. Now the last one is a classic story, right? You work, work, work. At the end, you bill less, and you're expected to still keep smiling. So that's an agency that I worked with. They went repeatedly over budget here and there, but they kind of try to hide it and push it a bit under the table. And they had a problem setting boundaries. There was not enough communication. And there was one freelancer they hired. And that guy was also, I'm sure, pretty frustrated about everything. And then suddenly he disappeared. And the agency just didn't notice until 1 week before the actual client demo. And then he called me and said, oh my God, I'm panicking. I need your help. What can we do? Okay, let's, breathe. And I asked my colleague if he could jump in, if there's something we can do. We also agreed on a bonus because he started on the weekend just to, help last minute. And then that bonus was never really paid. It was more like, we do it in the next project so he can hide it in the next project because this was not accounted for in this one. And this was just, for communication, an entire issue. And that's how my colleague felt. Yep, let's say it was not easy, but this is real. People hide this. There's silent expectations for many developers and freelancers that are contracted agencies. You shouldn't be logging this because they're out of budget in theory. And it doesn't mean that they're per se bad people, but they do not have a great base for communication. And what we did is we check, okay, how can we make these offers complete with more boundaries so that we know where we're at. And then the next part, the offer's one thing, we need to have a statement of work, and everybody needs to know this statement of work, not just the client, the PM, the account manager, also the dev. What are we doing here? What is part of the entire project? What's going to be done here? And then the other thing that I really like to do that has helped me immensely were monthly status reports. So we do a report every 3 weeks-ish, where we have or copy the content from our statement of work, add checklists, and then we copy the report and always add a note, like how are things going, what could go wrong, what is our budget looking like. And that enables us to be great communicators in advance. Now, I think we can go back to that couch, because as I mentioned earlier, I had a bit of a fight with my husband that day. And the thing is, the truth is, I brought all that frustration always to our marriage. And he said that night that I was addicted to that stress and chaos. And I really hated that. Did I really want that my life is that for the next couple of 20, 30 years or something? And it was true, I had normalized the entire chaos. This is just how agencies work. It's not. And it took me more than 10 years to realize that. And to be honest, life is too short for more of those fuck-ups. Oh, for more of those F-ups. Didn't say that. One last thing I just want to give or share before I go. I think it's great to learn from others. I have learned a great deal just asking other people how they do things. So if you scan this, you find a couple of materials, like standard templates. There's nothing to it. There's no sign-up. There's no nothing. It just says, like, good luck. If you can use something, use it. And I wish you a wonderful day. And don't let that kind of stuff happen. You can do better.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. That was nice and challenging to say the four-letter word.
Oh, God, yeah.
All right, so we have the last talk, the last lighting talk coming up now. Let's hear someone who has helped us shape how millions of site owners interact with Google tools. With over 50 years in tech, from search quality to developer advocacy and product management, she now leads SiteKit, Google's official WordPress plugin, which grew to over 4 million installs in just 5 years. Well done. Her journey started with classical Japanese literature, interesting, and even included beekeeping. So it's safe to stay with her. She brings a unique perspective to product design.
I didn't bring any bees, don't worry.
Okay, very good. So welcome to Maria Amueva. She's going to talk about what we learned from building SiteKit and how you can apply this to your website. Give her a big hand.
Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to be back at WordCamp. And for me, based in Zurich, it's just a short train right away. So it's really good to be here. So SiteKit is Google's official WordPress plugin. And we started back in 2020, 2019, actually. And we've been really iterating, experimenting, figuring out a lot of things on the way. We learned a lot of things the hard way. So today, in 10 minutes, I wanted to share 3 things that we learned the hard way with you, so hopefully you can apply them the easy way to your websites or to your clients' websites. So a little bit about me. You got a sneak preview just now, but I'm based out of Zurich, and I'm a product manager currently, but I started with computers way back when there was CRT screens and the colors were only black and green. It's been a long story to today with smart glasses and so forth. I also am a beekeeper in my free time, so I have some teams that I organize of 50, 60,000 workers. And then, yeah, I did study classical Japanese literature, which of course is the best way to get into Google. So I've been all over the place in different roles and have seen many different aspects of the web. I started actually in web spam, the web spam team at Google, so I saw everything about how the web should not be. And after a couple of years there, before I lost my faith in humanity, I switched to a role where we actually try to help people to build a better web. And since then, I've been working with site owners, with agencies, with everybody here in the WordPress community to make websites more successful and the web thriving. And over the last 5 years, I've been the product lead for SiteKit, and so I want to talk today about SiteKit itself and what we learned from building it. when we started thinking about how Scikit should look like and what we need to build to be helpful, my first thought was to go to the actual people that need it. And so I just went out in my neighborhood and stopped by different shops, like the ice cream shop around the corner. Actually, when I bought this watch, I happened to ask the shop owner if he has a site. Turned out to be a WordPress site, so I basically took over his lunch break, talking about what he would need from us. And these kind of themes came up consistently again and again. People want stuff to be curated. They don't want to go to 17 different dashboards. They want everything to be possible to set up without really being a technical expert. And they also want the information to be explained to them. So not just showing stats, but also telling them what to do with it. So with all of that, we set out to build Scikit. And it's today one of the top 10 plugins with over actually 5 million active installs now in 700,000 people who use it monthly. So it's been great to see that it has been useful to so many people, but it definitely hasn't been an easy way to get here. And so I wanted to share what we've learned and hopefully some takeaways from you. The first challenge that we had is that on the one hand, there were all these very powerful, complicated Google products. Like think about analytics and its 3 different levels of navigation and 27 reports, AdSense, Search Console, a lot of really rich and useful data, but sometimes very hard to find data. And also, each of these products has its own setup flow with very technical and sometimes mostly actually always requiring to edit your site in order to set it up. And so we had this on the one side, and on the other side, we had the watch shop guy who doesn't know how to edit his website, and the WordPress site with an open database. So our first challenge was to figure out how to share that information from AdSense, from Search Console, from other products directly into the WordPress site and make it secure and easy to use. And we spent a lot of time experimenting and learning how to do this. In fact, we released a developer version of our plugin, which was a little bit more complicated to set up, but got us our first 100, 200,000 users, and we got some really good feedback. And in the meantime, we kept iterating, and in the end, we landed on this answer: simplify and automate. So we started using Google's public APIs, which allowed us to automate a lot of the steps of the setup process. So in the case of Scikit, you're able, with one click, to set up Search Console, which normally would be maybe, I don't know, optimistically, half-an-hour process. And also, we built a proxy service which helped us with authentication and verification of users, meaning that all this kind of complicated technical stuff that people were supposed to do on their own was now taken care of. And as a result, the setup today, the basic setup, is under a minute. And we're able to place tags on behalf of users and to automate a lot of the stuff that gives people headaches. So a takeaway for you from this, if you have a website or if you run a bunch of websites, save yourself some time and bring the things that you need to look at in one place. Whether this is with Scikit and setting up the dashboard, pulling in analytics, Search Console, AdSense, what have you, or whether you make your own Looker Studio dashboard, curate and simplify and make sure that as you drink your morning coffee in 10 minutes, you can see the critical things that you need to know, versus going through 17 different dashboards and trying to connect the dots. The other challenge that we had is that this richness of data in the products sometimes obfuscates the story, and people really struggle to understand which data they should look at to make decisions about their website. And so we had to negotiate this complexity into some kind of structured dashboard. Obviously, you can't stuff all of analytics or all of Search Console or all of AdSense into WordPress admin. So there's all this data. How do we make sense of it? How do we help people do something with it, make actionable decisions? Here again, we did a lot of iterations. We first started with a dashboard that was looking per product. So we had an analytics section, and a Search Console section, an AdSense section. This didn't really make sense for people. Then we started with the type of data. And finally, we landed on something which actually was pivoted to the questions that people ask. So our dashboard today is structured around the top questions people have usually about their site. You know, am I getting traffic? How many people came? How is my content doing? Is my site fast? Am I making money? And we broke the product boundaries, so we pull from different APIs to create something that makes sense for people. The other thing that we saw is that even with this simplified dashboard that's arranged according to people's needs, a lot of people still struggle to figure out which specific numbers they should pay attention to. And so in the end, we figured out that we need sort of a translation device, and we built a feature where you can answer a simple question in human language, what is the purpose of your site, and you will get a curated set of metrics right at the top of your dashboard that is personalized to you and to your site purpose. It's customized to everybody, so everyone's SiteKit dashboard looks different. And in the end, you can also change it in the dashboard if you don't want a particular metric. But you can see as a newspaper headline right up top with your morning coffee how you're doing, and maybe you don't need to dig any deeper. Or maybe you need to scroll down, or maybe you even need to go to dig deeper into analytics. But our goal was this coffee cup test. Can people get the basics exactly with their morning coffee and be on their way to do other more important things? Because let's be honest, nobody starts a business in order to look at an analytics dashboard. And for you, what this means, potentially you've seen a lot of articles when you're starting a new business. You go out looking for information. What should I measure? What's important? There's a lot of focus on things like rankings and impressions. But actually what matters is you have to go back and look at how your website has been created and for what purpose, and then connect specific stats exactly to that. And then don't have, I don't know, 10 or 15 different things that you look at, but instead narrow it down to kind of your own newspaper headline that you can keep track of and share with customers or with your team every day. And this will save you a lot of time and help you make better decisions. So then the last challenge that we have and we continue to work on today is actually telling the full story. So not just connecting the dots, but also helping people understand the full journey of visitors to their site. Not how many came, but did they, buy that fondue set at the end? Or did they sign up for your class? And for this, we actually realized after a bunch of experimentation that the best way would be not to pull only what's available by default from the various Google products, but actually to create metrics for people. So this is what SiteKit does today for users who decide to activate this feature. It will actually hook into particular events on the site, and then it will create conversion events for you and send them to analytics, so you get the full picture of what people are doing on your site. And this is very valuable data because it doesn't exist normally. You need to put a lot of effort to edit and put the right code to fire at the right time. But we automate all of this, and then as a result, you can get information like which cities are driving the most add to cart, or which pages are driving the most leads, depending on what your final conversion is. We also realized that simplification doesn't always mean that everything should be super basic. So this was another hard lesson. Sometimes you need to refine the data in order to help people make better decisions with it. And so we did here audience segmentation, helping people understand that not all visitors are the same. And as a result, they're able to adjust their strategy. And for the new, for the returning, for the subscribers or other groups, have something else. So for you, figure out what are the baselines for your different visitor groups, and make a strategy for each of them so that then you're able to take action and to grow depending on the type of interest for that specific audience. And those are just 3 of the things that we learned the hard way. If you want to hear a lot more, because there's definitely over the last 5 years more interesting things, or if you just want to see a demo of SiteKit, come over to our booth. And I'm happy to chat with you, either in person or later after the event. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Okay, it's been a challenge for you to get this into 10 minutes. Okay, no problem. So let's have the other lightning talk speakers on the stage. Just give them one final big applause for entertaining us and teaching us. We have a small gift for you.
Oh. Aw, thank you.
There you go.
That's cute.
Thank you. Shake hands. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I have to hold the mic as well. Thank you very much. And for you the same. There you go. Thank you. We can take a nice picture over there. And please give another applause. Thank you. And meanwhile, if they are taking the pictures here, I'll just brief you on what's coming up next. We have a short break, and we will be back at 14:15 for another session. So just grab a coffee, get to the toilet, and make sure you also send in your surveys on WordCamp Europe online. Thank you. Well, hello again. Welcome back. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll dive into how one Swiss media platform is connecting cultures and reaching international audiences powered by WordPress. Now, our next speakers, they didn't send us a traditional bio. I asked them a couple of times, but no worries. ChatGPT is very useful in that one. I did some digging, and ChatGPT did that. It turns out that one of them, Ronnie Marks, is a seasoned presenter with over 300 talks under his belt. And currently the commercial director at Side, Europe's largest WordPress agency. He's also written books, founded startups, and even knows a thing or two about selling things on Amazon. His co-speaker is Isabel Skrills. She is the digital tech lead at SWI-SwissInfo.ch, where she helps shape a multilingual cloud ecosystem that spans microservices, AWS, and a very powerful WordPress setup. She's passionate about content, technology, and making global stories accessible no matter your language. And together, they tell us how they are using WordPress to connect cultures and build a global platform with local reverence. Please welcome Ronnie Marks and Isabel Skrills with Connecting Cultures at SWI-SwissInfo.ch, the journey to international audience engagement. Give them a big applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic is on. Here's two.
I guess so.
Great. What a stage. So, welcome everybody. The intro was done, so nothing more to tell here. But let's dive a bit deeper in what we're going to tackle today. It's going to be a story. It's not going to be a deep tech talk, just to be aware of. It's more about, of course, Swiss Info, what we did together, achieved together. It was not only relaunching a website, like the technical stuff, it was more also about embracing something new, something digital, something digital native, something built for the future. Am I right so far?
Yeah.
Hopefully?
That did we together, yeah.
Okay, great. So what we're going to tell you today is not only about a website, it's also about a shift of mindset, a great collaboration between an agency and also a great client.
Yeah, so let me share some few words about Swiss Info that you actually know, like who's here on stage talking about this case study. So we're the international service of the Swiss public media, and the Swiss public media as Switzerland. There's we're now in the German-speaking part, we have the French-speaking part in Switzerland, the Italian one, and then we have up in the mountain we have the Romanche. And so as Switzerland is organized, also the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation is organized. And we're the one for the international audience, so we're the 5th part of the SBC, and we're for the audiences abroad. And Switzerland having 4 languages, and we're doing it in 10, so it's a lot of complexity we're dealing with.
It is.
And that's this complexity you will also feel in the story that we're going through, because it makes everything more difficult. And we don't publish only one content, but and then translate it, but we adapt this to the language region that we're speaking to. So that's
a lot of.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and you're located in Bern, right?
Huh?
The headquarters in Bern.
So the headquarters in Bern, and if you arrive to Basel via train, then you could see on the other side of the train station a big tall building with lots of windows, and that's also one of our radio studios in Basel. So you can look out for it if you're traveling back.
And it's an amazing city, definitely. So the old town is just incredible. So if you want to explore something new, definitely Bern is a recommendation. So, starting with, let's say, a legacy system, right?
Yes. So we had this legacy system. It was growing over years, like the media industry was growing. And the media industry in the last year was went through many shifts. We have a lot of disruption in the media industry. We had tech players becoming media companies. We have the rise of social media. We have new social media video formats. We have new business models attached to that. So a lot of change happening. And the system we built years ago did not anticipate that. So that's what
the starting point, and we saw, okay, if we want to now enter this data, AI, personalization area, then we need to change something. And this is like the starting point of the change and the journey that we have now been enabled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not really only a unique situation that you're facing. We have this kind of situation, this kind of pattern, you can actually say, with a lot of other enterprise companies and also with across media industries as well. So there's a system and it's growing, right? Like your old legacy website, it's growing a lot. So it's becoming more and more complex. What happens then? You build some workarounds, you have to launch some patches, and then you kind of lose the ability to adopt quickly to the market. When I summarized this right, this was kind of the situation you faced there, right?
Yeah, that's the situation we faced, and now we made like a fresh start, and we can adapt to the new complexity coming with a better setup having now.
Definitely, definitely. So now we are able to, but it was a long journey. So when a client approaches us, and it was kind of the same thing with Info in the first place, always the question which kind of content management platform to choose, right? But like in the early days of this project, there was a shift of mindset. What I really embraced here, and we can't thank you enough for this, was the client approach, the mindset here, because it was not only choosing the platform, it was more like shifting the question more to what we really want to achieve here. So put people first, who's working with the platform, who needs to be involved in the first place. I mean, you have like this kind of shift of the question, like which kind of platform, to more, what's the goal? What do we want to achieve in the future? It really sets the tone for the entire platform and also for the entire project.
Yeah, so let's have a closer look where we started and where we were coming to. So as you can see, we had like a growing infrastructure over the years, just as pointed out. It was growing bigger through the features that we're adding, through the user needs that drove us to create all the new stuff for the users. So this is like one thing that we started off, and the second thing is that we had the operations all done by ourselves. Luckily, the SBC has a data center, which we could use free. But on the same time, we spent a lot of time on operation. We had the operations, security, all the things that come on that we take care of, the hosting, the caching. And actually, we're a small media house. We're a small part of the SBC for a big audience outside. But we want to concentrate on the things that the user feels and go that way. So we did the shift, and now we have a modular platform. We don't need to handle the operations anymore. We can scale everything that's built modular, and we can finally concentrate on what the user needs, how the market is developing, and we can move faster than we could have before.
Yeah, absolutely. Good summarize to these facts. I mean, in the end, also what we did in the beginning was mapping out what needed to be changed. I mean, you can see it here. We had some fragmented architecture. There was some limitation when it comes to performance, some limitation when it comes to flexibility. That all needed to be changed, and this was something what we found out together. I mean, you had this in your head in the beginning, but we needed to clear our minds about the exact requirements for this project. So what we then did, like also what you just also told us here, was building a unified platform, something which is reducing the technical requirement for the people really working with the website. Because it should be fun working with the website, and not like, okay, I have to click here, I have to click this, I really don't like this. So this was also the approach, dragging the people, the stakeholders, right from the beginning in the project and asking them, what do you need, right? So it was more than focusing not only on the technical architecture, more on the level, what we really want to achieve here with that project, with the new website. And by the way, this on the right side is the old website, right? It's not the new one. The version before that.
It's an in-between version.
Yeah.
So if you look like next week, in 2 weeks, we will have a new menu bar, which looks really nice, and we will come a bit more in the future with our design.
We can be surprised then.
Yeah, be surprised.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this was something I heard here, and we can stop the presentation right here, right now, because this is everything what we are telling here right now. So like, we didn't just need a new CMS, we needed a new mindset, right? So it's not only what I just told, or we both told you here today, it's not only that we have a website and we need to change it, there was also something going on in the minds of the clients, and this was really kind of game-changing here, because the transformation is not only about technology. Transformation is also when it comes to the mindset of the people working with the platform and working within the project. So towards agility, towards performance, towards continuous iterations, something what we achieved here together and we're really proud of. And when you reach that certain kind of level, it feels like in the beginning, okay, it's another project. But then, when you just shift your mindset around this thing and really thinking about the goal, it's more like becoming a product thinking thing. And this is something what also was kind of a little game changer here in the project.
Yeah, for a digital publisher, the CMS is like the motor. We were exchanging the motor, so the heart of how we produce and what you see as the audience. So it's like a hard operation thingy for us. But this, as we operate at the heart or at the motor, what we're doing, it's also, it helped us a lot to push the digital transformation of our company. So the mindset was already there. We want to be innovative. We want to be there. We want to embrace new things coming around. But we're a little bit handicapped. So
that sounds so harsh. But yeah, technically handicapped.
Technically handicapped.
Yeah.
And so now all the ideas that we already have in our mind were pretty easy now to fulfill, to work down the roadmap, the ideas that we're having. So we're pretty happy now, and also you can feel that in the spirit of the team. Also here today. That
they're smiling, so that seems right what we're telling you, right?
No, they're happy. They're really happy with the new system, and no journalist is missing the old system. So that's a good thing.
Definitely. And when we're just diving a bit deeper, how we did it, right? So there were 3 key elements combined together. So first of all, you can build the best website in the world when the hosting isn't right or not performance driven or not secure. Your website is not really going to scale. So that's why you chose WordPress VIP, to have like a top-notch hosting platform in place, and also connecting with AWS microservices to have the most flexibility also when it comes to security in place. But when you just leave the picture a bit out, or just zooming it out a bit, it's more about also the collaboration. And I can't really repeat this enough here. A collaboration on that level, when you have 2 different teams working together, not like there's the agency team and there's the client team. Usually this is what's going on in the project. But now their teams are moving together, and just it was like operating like one team. This collaboration was also a big game changer for the entire project. It was not only just moving something to WordPress. Yeah, definitely WordPress is like tailored for this kind of solution, for this kind of publishing solution. It's more about designing a composable system, which is really necessary, especially for you as a media publishing company, right?
Yeah, the setup really works for us now. So we have, like, in German you say sorgenfrei, like sorrow-free. Yeah. Which is like the WordPress package. We have the AWS microservices enable all the intelligence, the data, AI things that we're doing. And then we have a good partner that we can shape this collaboration and share ideas, and also think, okay, really, what's the right next thing to do and how to approach this without telling, oh, this has to be on my platform, this has to be on my platform. No, we can do this jointly together.
Yeah, absolutely. One level deeper, let's say we had to face 3 different layers here. Again, this is not a big tech talk, but some tech should be included here when we talk about the website relaunch. And again, Swissinfo is a media publishing company, and it's all about content. I mean, this is obvious. So what we put in the heart and also in the first place of the project was, again, the journalists and the editors, because these people are working mostly with the website, and they're spread across the globe. So multilinguality was also, and still is, of course, a really key factor here. And also editorial workflows comes with a new website, with a new workflow starting with the website. And of course, you can see the big W here. WordPress is definitely, was no discussion about this. WordPress is definitely a good choice here for Swissinfo as well. And what we're always recommending here as an agency, please stick to the core of WordPress as good as you can. I mean, you can solve different things for the client with third-party plugins, but if you stick to the core and use, for example, Gutenberg block editor, you can be pretty sure that nothing is crashing because when, for example, a new WordPress version is coming in. And also, pretty important here was multi-site and multilingual press, so like these two different angles here for especially the multilingual approach. So multilingual press is one of our plugins what we developed, and I can tell you it was the perfect fit for Swiss Info to have the full control, but no vendor login when it comes to later operations. And of course, translation workflows are pretty important. Now with AI translation integrated in the multilingual press is even easier. And again, what we just also told, WordPress VIP was the right choice in combination with AWS microservices to just have a secure and performance-driven platform, right?
Yeah, it's really nicely composed. It helps us to scale. It aligns to our strategy, our technology and data strategy, as well to the editorial strategy. And I guess one thing that's also important if you implement a CMS system, that you don't only look at the design and the user, but then the thing needs to be made, made by the journalist. So also the workflows need to match and have to be easy and efficient. And if you want to publish a lot, you want to be more efficient. So also that side you need to take care of, otherwise it will be not adopted or used. So there I'm also always very thankful to our business analyst in the house that he also takes the view of the journalist and not only like the outside view of what we deliver to the customers.
I was looking to your colleagues here.
Yeah, he was
looking
smiling.
at the faces,
so.
they're still smiling, so.
It's like fishing for compliments today.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, kind
Let's
of.
see.
Yeah, let's see after the talk, right?
Okay.
Okay. 10 languages. That's a lot.
10 languages. Yeah, that's a lot. So we're all about multilingual publishing, not lingual publishing. So we have in the house 10 editorial departments. So each department can work on one WordPress site and be there flexible. And then each language site also has their own layout, as we publish also in Russian and Chinese. So we have not the Latin words, but the other ones. And then also Arabic, which is not left to right, but right to left. So also there, always,
True.
With every feature you're thinking through, we have to do translations 10 times, and then think, oh, and this also in the other layout, and then every feature maybe takes a little more time to do the localization, but that's worth it. And then what we have, the second is like easy copy flows. So if we have one article written, and then maybe it's written in English, and then the Portuguese department wants to take this over, then they have easy copy mechanisms in the system. So why is copy mechanisms so interesting? Because you have the picture, you have the legend, you have the subtitles, you have the text, maybe you have an info box. Then you have a lot of check marks about the metadata, the copyright, the alt tags, so a lot to think about. So it's very good if you have good copy mechanisms in there, if you want to be scale and efficient. And then the next step is that on some features, like for news articles, we also build in translation powered on AI, so that it's not only copy the content, but also translate it in that process, which we not do everywhere, because if it's like all copied everywhere, then maybe you tend not to look so closely, but we're like a serious publisher, we contextualize, we're deeply, so we cannot make mistakes there, so we do this on the easy contents.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you just look at the bigger picture here again, and talking about multi-site, this is the best example how multi-site is done right, because the approach is there. You have to tackle different languages, but also you need like some centralized place where you can update the entire website, where you can have consistency. But editors and journalists across the globe need some freedom to publish their content, right? When you talk about journalists come from Japan, or from the US, or from South Africa, from Germany, somewhere else, they all have different, let's say, needs, requirements, and ideas how to publish their content. And multi-site really is kind of delivering that, and that the best way it can be with WordPress. And also what's interesting here, we just keep telling that multi-site is a great feature. And we're looking like in kind of empty eyes all the time, say, multi-site, what's that? Multi-site is built in the WordPress core for years now. You only have to know how to use it and how to activate this. And for Swiss Info, in combination with multilingual press, this was the absolutely best choice we could make here. And also, when you do this right, it's not only a workaround and trying to tackle some plugins for a multilingual approach. It's really a competitive advantage that you can use, which is built in WordPress for years now.
Yeah, and I want to add one thing on it. We also
please.
do a cross-language thing, which is our debate. So we have debate. We write journalists write articles, and then we put a debate to it. And on those debate, a Japanese person can debate with a person from Brazil and a journalist of Swiss Info on the same topic, and everyone reads the debates in their own language. So we have those silos of the editorial, but then we all have it also cross. So that's and we have it in a structured way and thought from the beginning to do it like that.
Yeah, nice. So you're happy with that, right? You have to say yes now.
Yes, right.
Great. So yeah, and also one of the most important key factors here when you think about a media publishing company, what's most important here for them? Speed. It's time to market, because I mean, when you talk about news, like every day, every second, every hour, something could happening in the world, and having journalists across the globe, a fast and quick response time is really important. Also, when it comes to feature development. So, with your old legacy system, when I'm not completely mistaken here, it took you up to 6 months to develop and release a new feature. It's okay, but it's kind of very slow. With the new agile approach we implemented with Swiss Info together, now it's just maximum 2 weeks until the new feature is released. And think about this. Something's happening in the world, and some journalist has an idea pushing this forward, and 2 weeks later, the new feature is released. This is pretty cool, right? So this is more like what we're telling also about WordPress. When you do it right, you can be have a very agile way to approach this.
Yeah, with our setup, it's really easy to also work in parallel. Like last year, for example, we were introducing recommendation widgets on our site so that the Swiss Info team could focus on building the logic and this intelligence behind that. On the same time, the site team could on WordPress see okay, put the design in place and see, okay, how's the distribution logic over the site? Oh, I want the widgets on those kind of sites and these kind of sites, but not on these one, and here put this one, here put the article recommender, here put the debate recommender, and here put the video recommender. So we can also parallelize work, which is really nice, and also you have the specialists on each technology that we're using, and so we guarantee also that everybody that's touching a system is a specialist and not you to have an all-rounder to do everything.
Yeah.
And we had the release only last year, 2024, in March. Until that, we did really, really a lot of things. We built in those translation workflows. We built several recommenders. We introduced an ad manager, although we don't play out any ads.
Why not?
We're a public service media, so we're already funded and don't need to rely on ads. Also, we cannot. Legally, we cannot. We're not allowed, which is also nice for the user. He does not need to see ads on our site.
True.
But we use the ad manager to promote our own products. So if you have a new publishing product, then you can, okay, this is really nice to place here, 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 and there, and this only shown 3 times here, 2 times here, but not here. So this is how we use an ad manager. It was also really easy to leverage also the innovation pipeline that all the systems provide to build up innovation fast.
Nice. Coming closely to the end now, I mean, summarize what we have talked about the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, so it was a really good project. We could only spare our ideas. We could share, discuss them, but only say, okay, I think it's this way, what's the best approach? So we could focus on having the best thing. So that was really nice. We have also today we have open roadmap on how we want to go on. We have all the meetings needed in place to exchange and to see that we have a good collaboration and can keep up the speed because we're very eager at the Swiss Info.
Speed again, very important, especially for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
also
for the media industry, yeah.
for the
you have
media
to
industry in general,
see
definitely. Yeah.
Data, personally, we have AI, we have the Google I/O yesterday, we have the agents coming, so there's a lot to do. So we need to be fast.
Yeah, and now we are fast. And what we did is not only deliver a solution, yeah, definitely we did, just relaunched something and delivered a technical solution, but it was, again, a great collaboration, working as one team together, not like two teams. It was really, really special, we can tell. And when that happens, when two different teams from different angles working that closely together, transformation really becomes real, or it feels like becoming real. It's not only a technical change, but it's more also like a cultural transformation, coming back to the title, right? So connecting to different cultures, also within the team and how to deliver the project, the cultural approach between service provider and the client, right?
Yeah. So it was our cultural relationship, the cultural relationship that we're having at Swiss Info. We have so many nations working for us. You can imagine having 10 language departments, and then a Portuguese-speaking person can be from Portugal, but from Brazil, and for Spanish it's even more. So really diverse bunch of people. And then also our audience, it's like around the world. So we're really bringing those cultures together through the system that we're having, through the mandate, the service public mandate that's given us from Switzerland to connect Switzerland to the world and the world to Switzerland, that we can all now like enable through the setup that we're having.
That's so great. I mean, also in the end, referring to my starting point, it was not only relaunching a website, it was really something enabling people to work freely and with fun. And to be honest, our people working in projects, they want to be proud of the work. And when we are enabling journalists across the globe to just publish their content on time and informing the world what's going on in their different distributions and countries, this is really cool. This is really kind of added value for us as well, because I mean, we're working for clients a lot, like the site is existing now for 19 years, but for media publishing companies and helping them to enable people to have more fun with the content and more time to market, or better time to market, this is really cool. We loved it.
Yeah, we love it as well, and we're bringing, I guess, cultures together since 1935, which is like...
Longer than we.
Longer than
nice.
we, maybe both together, I don't know.
Absolutely.
Probably.
Absolutely.
Started as a radio, and then being a first...
As a radio?
Yeah, it was a radio first from Switzerland, and then
nice.
It was like doing war times, it was a radio, and then we were shifted, as soon as the internet there, we shifted to that, and as soon as data set, we shift to CMS, and as soon as agentic AI comes, we shift to that, so...
Agentic, yeah, that's a new keyword, right?
Yeah, that's the buzzword of the week.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see how we can help you with agentic. So, we're coming to the end now. Thank you so much for listening, and I guess we still have some time for questions, right? Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Ronnie. So, do we have any questions? We have two mics here, one in the left aisle, right aisle. Yes. Can you step to the microphone, please? The microphone over there. Sorry.
So thank you for breaking the ice, by the way. The first one is always the hardest.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could go maybe a bit more into detail how the multi-site WordPress install works with the internalization, so the translation. Do you have like a way to copy? You said you have a way to copy the English content, but then how does it work concretely, I guess? How does the plugin integrate with the multi-site layout?
So is it more a technical question how multi-site works in detail, or is it also how Swiss Info is working right now with translations?
More technical, more technical.
Okay. Multi-site is familiar for you, how it's working? Yep. I mean, in the core of it, it's Multilingual Press, our own plugin, right? So there are different approaches how to tackle this, and we just believe when we just stick to the core, Multilingual Press is sticking to the core. I mean, in the end, do you have experience with Multilingual Press as well, how that works?
Not this one, but other internalization plugins for WordPress, like VPML, Polylang, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a different approach, technically. So breaking it down with multilingual press, you just have different URLs for different language. And even if you deactivate the plugin, everything stays in place. So you don't have to just worry about the plugin or the technical solution around it. But this is what's going to happen here. And with the new version we just launched recently, you have also included an AI automated translation. For example, with OpenAI or with Amazon AI, you can translate your content with one click automatically.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Okay, any more questions? Not too technical, please, because that was an explicit request. You can answer some, but...
I try to answer this, or we try to answer this.
Too technical.
So you're seeing all the people in green and the people up there that for technical questions.
Yeah, good advice, because we have a multilingual booth down there, and I see a lot of technical guys who are way more experienced than we are, so yeah, but we try to answer this.
Hi, Rufaro from Human Media. So I have a question about translations. Have you dealt with media, so videos and audio? How are you working with that in terms of multilingual between the 10 different languages that you have? Because text is kind of straightforward in terms of translating, but I'm wondering about audio and videos.
Yeah, for text, well, we were choosing like the translation service that we're building in. So for video, there's no built-in video translation. They're like transcription services, text-to-speech things that we're using. So as Swissinfo, we're experimenting a lot also to see how we can have a video easily translated to another language, and also seeing, is the market ready for a Spanish person speaking Japanese? It's all out there. You could do that, but is the audience ready? We don't think so right now.
Maybe complicated.
But maybe you can go like text-to-speech and dubbing and voiceovers that are more likely for, but also you have to see on your audience. If you have a really young audience, if you're on social media, then it's more okay to do so probably as when you have a mandate from the state and you do so for a sophisticated audience.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that's it. No more questions. We're out of time.
Okay.
Or do we have one more? Yeah. Is it a short question? Yeah. Or maybe a short answer? That's always
yeah, we try to
challenge.
answer this shortly.
All
yeah,
right.
definitely.
Take that one as the last question, please. Go ahead. Take the mic.
Run to the microphone.
Yes, there we go.
Yes, it could be a long answer, because I would be interested, how do you organize your newsroom?
That's definitely your question.
But make it please shortly, because the people want to go. But it's interesting to make organize your newsroom. Thank you.
Good question.
Okay. Yeah, we can follow up also on the break, but we have like 10 different language departments, and then we have topic expert. A topic expert is like searching for a topic out there that's interesting to the wild audiences, then getting input from the language departments for which region, what aspects should be interesting, so it's written then once. And then it's adapted from another newsroom. And then they see, okay, this is for the Russian market, so I explain this and that a little bit more. This is for the Spanish market, so here and there. And that's how we start from the topic, and then we start in one language, and then we see for which other topics is it also available.
Question answered, hopefully. Yeah.
Okay, so if there are any more questions or you want to go into detail, WP Cafe is the place to be.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a small gift for you. It's something typically Swiss.
Okay. So we can swim in the Rhine River
yeah, you
with
can
that
go
one.
swimming in the Rhine River. Don't smell it. It's just like a beach balloon. It's it's really smelly plastic. Okay, so
thank you so much.
Oh, so we have shake hands. All right.
Thanks so much.
There we go.
Okay.
Come again?
All right, and afterwards, it's 15 minutes. We have Karen Christensen with a talk on headless WordPress. See you in 15 minutes. Well, hello again. I'm just grabbing my iPad again. Right. So, we have another 30 minutes coming up, and it's from someone who's been part of the WordPress community since 2009. She started as a front-end engineer building themes for major clients. She went on to co-found a successful WordPress agency in Switzerland. And since then, she's spoken at multiple WordCamps, including her first one back in 2013 in my country, in Leiden, WordCamp Europe. And she helped organize WordCamp Switzerland. Wow. She cares deeply about user-friendly design and company culture, lectures at the universities on UX and new work. And when she's not working, she's out mountain biking across the Alps or exploring Europe in her camper van. All right, this is Karen. She also brought her developer Dominic Schilling along for her post-talk tech deep dives. So if you got detailed questions, catch them at the WordCamp Cafe right after this session, because Karen doesn't have any Q&A sessions right after the talk. So please welcome Karen Christen. I said Christensen earlier, and she's going to talk about how to keep your head while going headless with WordPress. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I always knew what I wanted to become, even at a young age. I wasn't really interested in school, except for sports. Sports was my strong subject. Everything else, let's say, room for improvement. But in sports, I always got the best grade you could have. In Switzerland, that's a 6. So it should have been obvious, right? I should do something with sport as a profession. Mountain bike professional, for example, because I'm a very passionate mountain biker. But no one ever pointed that out to me, not even my gym teacher. And he knew how passionate I was. But I had a different dream. At the age of 12, I knew I wanted to do something creative, something with computers. Back then, I was totally focused on becoming a typographer, someone who designs or arranges type. Nobody told me there were more jobs out there that combined creativity and tech. Not even my career counselor. So in the end, I landed an apprenticeship as a business administrator, using a typewriter instead of designing typo. I know, not exactly creative, but that was the only thing I could get. If only there had been a place where I could explore these professions, a platform with inspiration, tips, filters, and comparisons, made for young people. But in the 90s, finding information wasn't that easy. We had to rely on people around us. My career path would have been way more straightforward if I had the information. Today, I'm UX designer and managing director, doing exactly what I always dreamed of. Combining design and technology to create digital products that make a difference. This talk is divided in half design and half tech. I want to show you how we designed a web application for career choice, how we built the web app using headless WordPress and the REST API, and our lessons learned, and some tips you can apply in your own project. If you'd like to dive deeper into anything I shared today, feel free to check out my blog post. You'll find the slides and more background on the project and the tech setup. So let's begin with our design decisions. Let me introduce you to the career choice portal of the Canton Zurich. A web application that brings everyone together. Teachers from over 350 schools who use the web app in their classroom. Career counselors from different information centers use the platform to prepare for the sessions to give better guidance. Companies who manage their open apprenticeships within the platform. Parents can inform themselves about the career choice topic to support their children through the process. And most importantly, young people at any age get tips, tools, and inspiration to find their own way. Because no one should have to navigate their future alone. That's why the Career Choice Portal is such a crucial tool. In Switzerland, most young people don't go straight to university. Over 60% choose the apprenticeship path, learning a profession while working in a real company, and often continuing with higher education later in life. So before I go on, let me ask you some quick questions. Who here lives in Switzerland? Nice, quite a few. And who did an apprenticeship? Okay. Yeah, I know these guys. Who studied later in life, maybe after working for a while? And that's the beauty of the system, right? In Switzerland, you don't have to choose one path forever. You can start hands-on experience and still go to university later in life. That's how I did it. The challenge? There are so many options to choose from. There are 300 different professions, 6,000 apprenticeships from 25,000 companies. Some professions are well known, others not at all. And if you don't know someone in that field, good luck finding the right one. That's where orientation becomes hard, where students could lose their head. And that's exactly where the Career Choice platform comes in. By helping young people discover their options, not just the ones their friends, parents, or teacher already know. The platform offers a tool to reflect. Should I rather continue with school, or should I start an apprenticeship? Not only can students read about this topic on the blog, there's also a self-assessment that gives them guidance based on their interests, learning style, and motivation. It's not a test with right or wrong. It's more like a mirror, helping them better understand what path could fit them best. To find the right profession, we use a gamified approach to spark curiosity. Instead of browsing through boring 311 list items of professions, we built a Profession Explorer feature, where they can browse through images of different professions. They don't see the job title yet, just the activity on the picture. They can swipe or click to say, yes, that looks interesting, or no, not at all. This way, they gain an unbiased first impression based on field of interest, with just intuition. After a while, they get first results of what area they might be interested. On desktop, it looks like this. For example, you see areas like design, construction, technical industry, and so on. The web app supports with this gamified approach to pre-filter professions by interest. This way, young people can follow the links and explore the profession details further. Also, in the classroom, teachers use the platform to guide their students through a formal interest test. With 9 steps and 10 questions each, it's a very long test. To keep students motivated, we've added small rewards and displayed the progress along the way. They see how far they've come and get orientation, how long it takes. And if someone needs a break, no problem, the platform automatically saves the progress, even without a login. So students can pick up where they left off anytime. I think you need a break too. So the result of the test is displayed as a spider chart. The chart shows different topics. Each topic has a number that shows possible interest. And by clicking on that numbered list, they get again a pre-filtered result of professions. The more the students engage with the platform, the more personalized the experience becomes. For example, through a tailored recommendation on their personal dashboard, such as matching professions or open practicas. But, and this is important, the platform doesn't lock them into one direction. It continues to suggest careers from completely different fields too, because we want young people to stay open. Sometimes the best fit is something they've never considered. The platform is designed as a compass and not a tunnel. Career choice doesn't happen alone. The platform shows an activity overview of what students have explored and completed. And with the students' consent, parents and mentors can see the progress and offer support at the right moment. This helps create better conversation and better decisions. So let's talk about how we built the platform and where all the data comes together. First, let's have a look how Switzerland works. In Switzerland, we have 26 cantons. You can think of them like mini-states. Each one runs its own show when it comes to education and public services. From the beginning, the concept of the Canton Zurich was to build features that could be shared with other contents. So we needed a system that is modular, flexible, and future-proof. At the same time, the platform had to work offline, like a native app. That's why we chose to build a progressive web app, a website that behaves like an application in a browser, without the need installing the app on devices. The scope was ambitious and planned in multiple phases. We launched the first version in 2019, and since then, we've been continuously adding the platform with features for all target group step by step. A headless setup gave us exactly what we were aiming for, a modular, flexible architecture. WordPress acts as a structured content hub with a custom front-end who delivers a fast app-like experience. But to understand our setup, let's first take a moment to clarify the difference between a traditional and a headless content management system. With a traditional CMS, the front-end and the back-end is tightly connected. WordPress handles how it's displayed, and you would use WordPress functions, themes, and plugins directly. With headless, however, WordPress is used only for content and user management. The front-end is fully decoupled, built with JavaScript, React, or Vue. Content is delivered via REST API, from the backend to the frontend, and vice versa. Headless is ideal for mobile apps or multiple complex frontends, like web application for different devices. Or, in our case, we built frontends for different contents with different corporate designs. So far, we've built the platform for Canton Zurich and are developing right now for the next canton. The exciting part, thanks to the headless setup, we could easily roll out more platforms for other contents using the same code base. Behind the theme, there is a lot going on. The platform brings together a huge amount of data. We store data from different APIs, and also content managers can create and update content directly in WordPress. So there are 350 schools, almost 400 career counselors, 30,000 users and growing, information centers, and many company events created directly into WordPress. The professions, more than 45,000 practicas, many events, all the apprenticeships, and more than 30,000 companies are pulled in via 5 different APIs. All of this data is stored into WordPress, so WordPress acts as a data hub. And the web app handles the look and feel of the content. So we wanted to make life easier for content managers. On the professions detail page, the structure stays stable and consistent. But editors have the freedom to add context, media, or relevant information. This keeps the user experience clean while allowing each profession to be enriched with meaningful content. Here you see the content of profession synced via external API inside the WordPress editor. This synced content stays read-only to ensure consistency with the source data. But in the sidebar, we've added custom fields that give Content Manager full control. They can enrich each profession with podcasts, videos, image, school requirements, and more. Not all content should be visible for everyone. That's why access is controlled through WordPress capabilities based on user roles. In our setup, roles and permissions are checked server-side via REST API. When a user logs in, the API returns their user role so the frontend knows exactly what kind of personalized content to display. For example, a student sees their own profile and activity. A teacher can manage the classroom. A company can get only its listings and manage that. This keeps things secure, relevant, and role-based, just like it should be. For more flexibility, control, and better performance, our stack uses custom APIs instead of standard REST endpoints. WordPress gives you the option to use its native REST API, but we chose to build our own endpoints. So we can define exactly what content is exposed and how it's delivered. This also gives Content Manager the ability to manage everything, including the navigation, without having to contact us for every small detail. That's the whole point for CMS, right? Empowering editors, not developers. Because remember, since the front end is decoupled from the backend, there are no built-in features like preview out of the box. For example, when writing a blog post, the front end doesn't automatically know how to render a draft. To make previewing work, we had to build a custom preview endpoint. So the front end knows what to display, even before the post is published. And it doesn't stop there. In a headless setup, when the WordPress menu, the WordPress menu is not directly connected anymore. So we also built a custom endpoint to let editors update navigation themselves without needing us. These are the kind of things you have to consider when planning a project like this. They affect your timeline, your budget, and your architecture. On this slide, you see a comparison. On the left, WordPress native REST API. On the right, our custom endpoint, optimized to deliver exactly what we need with fewer requests. The advantage of this is that we use the native WordPress functions, for example, to enable performant image loading, as we do with the thumbnails for professions. For browser data management, we use the block editor data package. It provides pre-built tools to manage and share data even outside the WordPress admin, which makes it ideal for a WordPress web application. We use this data package to handle the data of, so far, 40 custom endpoints. It's a lot. So by now you might be thinking, why go headless at all if you have to custom code so much? There's no preview function, not even a menu integration, so why bother? Because going headless gives us app-like capabilities, and we made good use of them. Remember the interest test, where students can take a break and pick up where they left off? The test also works offline, thanks to service workers, just like a native app. Perfect for classroom use with unstable Wi-Fi. Or this advanced live filtering across all professions. Something that would have been very hard to build with a traditional WordPress frontend. So yes, headless takes effort, but the user experience we can offer makes it absolutely worth it. So let's dive into the takeaways. Building a headless platform with WordPress and a custom frontend taught us a lot. Here are some of our learnings. As we learned by now, headless is powerful, but it comes with trade-offs. One of the biggest, you're not just managing WordPress anymore, you're now responsible for two code bases: the backend and the fully decoupled frontend. In our case, we started back in 2019, and we were using Create React app to build our web app. But Create React app is now deprecated. So now we are migrating to something more modern, like React Router 7 and Read as a build tool. WordPress is relatively easy to maintain, but the front-end? Because the React ecosystem keeps evolving, keeping up is a job in itself. So be aware, headless requires more effort, especially in terms of time. A progressive web app offers great capabilities, but it also comes with added complexities, especially around things like no out-of-the-box template functions, security, or authentication. In our experience, you'll spend at least 30% more time on a headless project compared to a traditional site. And that doesn't end once the project is live. You also need to invest more in long-term maintenance and keeping dependencies up to date. Not every shared hosting environment is ready for WordPress, for headless, sorry. So you might need to add separate infrastructure to support headless projects, especially if you involve a Node.js-based front-end or a build pipeline. Before you start, make sure to check whether your plugins support REST API or GraphQL. Many WordPress plugins were originally built for classic PHP themes. They often manipulate the DOM directly and rely on shortcodes to render by the theme. That means they don't work out of the box in a headless project. But don't worry, there are indeed some of the popular plugins who are headless ready. For example, Yoast SEO, Gravity Forms, Polylang, and advanced custom fields. So, are you ready to start your own headless project? If so, here are a few tips to help you get off to a smoother start than we did. Use a boilerplate. If we were to start over, we'd go with a boilerplate like Head Start WP. It gives you a solid foundation. Use REST API or GraphQL. Both work depending on your needs. By installing the API plugin for WordPress, you get GraphQL, which provides you with a great alternative for more flexible queries. Build custom endpoints. They'll save you a headache. Remember, we've used them for preview functionality and the menu, giving editors real control. Choose a modern front-end setup, one that is actively maintained and scalable. Use Workbox from the Chrome team. It makes it easy to build progressive web apps with service workers, caching, and offline support. And lastly, if you choose React for your front-end, use React DevTool and React Scan to debug smarter and stay sane along the way. Because headless is powerful, but it's also a bit wild sometimes. We went headless in tech so that young people don't stay headless in their career choice. And hopefully, now, you won't feel headless in your next project either. Thank you.
So, thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
If there are any questions for Karen, please join her at WordCamp WordPress Cafe afterwards, and she can ask all your questions. Just for you, I have to lay down my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And a small gift for you.
Nice.
All right. Have a big applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can take a picture with the WCO if you want to.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Where? Like there?
She can have a picture taken, please. Photo team.
There.
Yeah, we're on. We have a 15-minute break, and then just the last talk of this track with Jan Ang and Tom Wilmer. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. on stage. Put that away. Well, good afternoon. It's good to see you have joined us for the final session of today. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I hope, actually. The two guys just waiting there eagerly to join me on stage. But just a short introduction. I have the wrong tab about that one. So, okay. These are guys, they're going to talk about something that's FTSE 50. I have some idea what it's about, but they will tell me. So, guys, just join me. We do it a little differently this time. Normally, I do the introductions, but I came up...
I have no idea what's about to happen.
I came up with an idea. Why don't you two introduce yourselves? But then Tom will do Jan, Jan will do Tom.
Okay.
How about that one?
Yes. All right. Go for it, John.
And then
Tom is the co-founder and the CEO of HumanMade, enterprise WordPress agency. He's a great guy, and he's going to be natural on stage. I love him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How long ago was it that you joined HumanMade?
8.5.
Yeah, I hired John 8.5 years ago, actually to work on this project. So it's kind of fortuitous. We've come full circle over that time to be here today. And actually, fun fact about John, which is when I interviewed him 8.5 years ago, it was actually at WordCamp US, I think.
Yeah,
in a bar. It was very, very loud. And the combination of John's accent and the bar being so loud meant I actually didn't really hear most of what he said in the interview.
Yeah.
But his passion came across, and I
Still
was
got
able to
hired.
talk to him again later and understand some of what he was saying, and I liked it. So.
It wasn't the liquor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tom, he does this thing where he's in a meeting, he's chatting with us, and he's just turning around in circles. Doesn't sit down, just walks around in circles on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah. I find it hard to stand still.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. So the stage is big enough for you.
It's good, yeah.
All right, so guys, shall we just go? Give them a big applause for John Ang and Tom Wilmot. Oh, sorry. And banking on WordPress inside a FTSE 50 bank global platform. Good luck, guys.
You're driving the slides, right?
I am driving the slides. All right. So welcome, everyone. Today we're going to show you what it looks like when one of the most compliance-heavy, risk-averse industries in the world adopts WordPress to power their global web platform. This is not a microsite, it's not a blog, this is Standard Chartered, a FTSE 50 bank running its global digital platform on open source.
So the plan, John is going to walk us through how Standard Chartered use WordPress. And alongside that, I want to talk a little bit more broadly about WordPress's place in the enterprise CMS market and why companies like Standard Chartered are choosing it as their primary CMS.
So I've been involved in this project from the start, first on the technical side, then as project manager, and now as a long-term strategic partner. Over the years, I've worked closely with Standard Chartered's engineering teams, editorial, governance, and the C-levels.
And I guess I was more involved at the beginning of the project, helping the senior stakeholders at the time kind of navigate the decision to move to WordPress. And yeah, learned a lot of interesting stuff as part of that conversation. So HumanMade was founded in the early years of WordPress, and right from the beginning, we wanted to focus on WordPress as a CMS for large, complex sites. In the early days, as you'll see here, this was primarily kind of online tech news. They were kind of early adopters, and so people like Digital Trends and Geek.com and even All Things D, that was an early one you might remember. And then following that, there was this era of traditional news moving on to WordPress. Companies like Chicago Tribune, News UK, The Guardian, and many more. And alongside that, we also started to see some more traditional enterprise adopting WordPress. Now, to begin with, that was for things like company blogs, corporate comms, investor relations sites. But over time, we've seen more and more of these really large organizations adopt WordPress as their primary platform. And that's kind of what we're interested in today.
So, and what we've learned delivering WordPress at this level for publishers, public sectors, financial institutions, is that the challenges are not really about publishing. It is about trust, about visibility, about governance, and how you scale good decisions without increasing chaos. Now, the SE platform is built to solve this kind of problems. And this is why it shares DNA with the platforms we've built for government departments, for media groups, and other global organizations who need agility, structure, and continuity.
So I guess a little bit about Standard Chartered. They're like one of the most globally distributed banks in the world. So they work across 60 countries. I think something like 85,000 people work there. It's quite an incredibly large team. And their web estate reflects this scale. And so the WordPress platform runs 150 or so different sites with up to 500 people inside the CMS working every day, one of my favorite stats. And so there's regional teams across all of those countries managing their own content, their own marketing messaging. And then there's a global team which manages brand and governance and the tooling. And that team works alongside HumanMade to maintain and evolve that WordPress platform with a model of continuous improvement and iterative investment.
So this was, to us, quite really the unexpected journey. Now, frankly, WordPress wasn't the obvious choice for a bank, especially in 2016. And back then, Standard Chartered sites were running on open text theme sites, which was really expensive. It was inflexible. It was approaching end of life. And the global teams are frustrated. The local teams are blocked. And every few years, they were forced into costly rebuilds, even if they're using the same CMS, with little actual user value. So our goal was to break that cycle. And it wasn't just because the platform was old. We were brought in to solve some really real problems. The legacy system was rigid. Even if a small update needed a developer. And TeamSite was a file-based CMS, which kind of means that anything you did required code changes. Now, even if you were updating a menu link, that meant you would have to go in and update like 500 different files to get it live and global. And the tech stack was aging so badly that each re-platform forced them to throw out past work and start again. Innovation couldn't compound, and it reset after a few years. So the result was frustration on all sides.
This is actually something, it's kind of a lesson from enterprise that even we relearn regularly, which is that it can be easy for those of us who work in WordPress to forget just how good WordPress is compared to a lot of these other enterprise platforms. Often just the basics of WordPress as a CMS. It's like user-friendly interface, the fact that multiple people can work in it at the same time, the fact that you don't have to edit files to change your content. Often those actually are the things that we're demoing and that are getting our prospective customers excited, which, yeah, we can forget and think that we need to have something super innovative, but often the bar is lower than you think with some of these enterprise platforms.
So in 2016, open text theme sites, again, the proprietary CMS that was using, sings age after a 5 years run in the bank. So Gutenberg wasn't quite an idea yet, and the REST API hasn't yet been merged in. So I think this might have been the moment where WordPress felt it was both feeling its potential, but was also seeing its age. But WordPress had 13 years at the end of building a user base that understood how easy it was to use and how reliable it was as a product. So with enough WordPress users in tech leadership positions, Standard Chartered took a chance on it. So why WordPress? Because it was really intuitive, extensible, and cost-effective. It gave editors control, developers freedom, and the business a way to move faster without compromising governance. So they worked with us, I think in a big way because we were very scrappy, enterprise-ready, willing to talk, listen, and we had experience of building primary web platforms that were not blogs, not a usual thing at that point of time. And so together we were good enough to co-work and make it work for the bank. So Standard Chartered obviously didn't just put all of eggs in one basket right at the start. So we were tasked to only build the Singapore website with the likelihood that this would be replicated onto the Hong Kong setup. So it turns out that the week of launch that it garnered so much goodwill that the C-level executives said, oh, this is pretty awesome. And Let's build it onto another 70 sites, and within the next year, we were global. So the impact moving to WordPress was immediate. Editors could finally manage their own content, something that was not simply possible on the legacy system. Updates that used to take days were now done in hours. They give the digital team a new kind of autonomy. And the change spread really fast. So suddenly, WordPress wasn't just tolerated, it was welcomed. And that early trust was critical and laid the foundation for a much bigger adoption.
So we've been talking about Standard Chartered using WordPress as their primary CMS, and I wanted to just take a little moment to dig into what that means. You might not be something you're familiar with if you're not working in the kind of enterprise CMS space. So as you can see here, the fact is that most enterprise companies actually use multiple CMSs, often even many more than two. And depending on which enterprises you talk to, you get kind of different stats. You can go to the next one, actually. But WordPress is the most dominant secondary CMS, and that's like, you see that really no matter who you talk to. In my experience, WordPress is in use like somewhere in almost every big company. Often that's because the organization's primary CMS is complicated and expensive, and so you can see why teams who can get away with it would want to use something that can enable them to move more quickly and is more flexible. Now, when this project started, all the way back in 2017 or something, it was unusual, 16 as John said, it was unusual for WordPress to be used as for that primary system. But over time, we've seen that become more common. And actually today, WordPress, again, you get kind of different stats depending on who you talk to, but this is a pretty common picture. WordPress is like challenging AEM as one of the most popular primary CMSs for these really large organizations. I also think this represents one of the biggest opportunities for WordPress, particularly with the shifts happening in the broader CMS space. Things like DXPs and composable, something I want to get to in a little bit. But first, we can continue the story of Standard Chartered, and John's going to talk us through how the platform scaled over that next few years.
So this is maybe just a subset of how many systems are integrated into what's needed to run the Standard Chartered platform. Multiple business units, agencies, internal teams all operate within one composable, governed architecture. They can launch fun libraries, campaign tools, big product pages using the same system. Local teams retain autonomy while maintaining global consistency through shared architecture. Because it's modular, it is API-ready, and built on multi-site, this platform handles complexity while not becoming fragile. So well, WordPress does a lot of heavy lifting of the box. So we needed quite a few other pieces. Tooling we had already built to push WordPress beyond its usual limits. So the REST API and Cavalcade wasn't created for Standard Chartered specifically, but they turned out to be quite critical. The REST API lets us treat WordPress as an application framework, enabling decoupled front ends, editorial interfaces, and external data integrations. Cavalcade, it's our open source job queue, became essential for handling over 100,000 background jobs a day. Everything from automated publishing to data synchronizations. So the last thing that ties it all together, Altis Cloud, it's our hosting layer purpose-built for performance, security, and scale. Now, at the time, we didn't quite realize how central these tools will become, but in hindsight, they were there, foundational to making WordPress work at this level. And one of the key challenges of any global platform is governance. So who can access what? How do we ensure compliance? WordPress multi-site, when configured correctly, actually makes this really easy. We implemented custom roles. We set up permissions tailored to each market's needs with central oversight still in place. So part of this oversight was powered with an untamperable audit log that has every action logged and makes everything traceable. So teams in Kenya or Singapore can manage their own content without risking the integrity and the global brand. It's governance without bottlenecks, and it's a big win for a regulated organization. Then security, not an afterthought. So this platform runs a static-first architecture across 45 markets. So meaning the majority of pages are built on WordPress, then converted and rendered statically, and delivered via CDN. So it's all SPA compliant, and SPA is a banking standard that allows you to work with banks. It meets SOC 2 standards and has handled some of the most sensitive publishing events for FTSE 50 bank, so including annual reports timed to the second. So interestingly, I found that working for a bank, annual reports have to be delivered to the second, so any later would shake confidence, and any earlier would actually have potential stock implications. So with the right approach, it checks every box for even the most risk-averse banks. Yeah.
So once WordPress proved itself, the bank started building more than just websites on it. Things like an interactive fund library that ingests data from a lot of sources and presents it via like a headless front end. Some internal campaign tools, financial calculators, they're like customer mobile apps. They're all powered by WordPress. And so what started as a content management system for a website was used to manage much more. And so in the wider industry, that need to do more than just websites led to content management systems becoming digital experience platforms. Maybe you've heard this term DXPs. Now that's based on a real need. These organizations do need to connect their CMS with customer data. They want to do things like personalization. They want to integrate e-commerce. Maybe they need to manage multiple channels, which just means that they can get content into things like apps and digital signage and newsletters in addition to their CMS, in addition to their website. And so that's where we've seen the rise of these all-in-one platforms. People like AEM, Sitecore, you can kind of think of them like Microsoft Office or something. You get a whole suite of tools, and the sales pitch is that you buy everything from one vendor, it's all really integrated, and you can deploy a single suite solution to power your whole digital stack. Now, I think over the past few years, we've seen that this approach has had some significant downsides. It locks customers into an expensive and complex set of tools, and often they don't actually need some of what they're buying for, and those platforms can't innovate as quickly because as like best-of-breed point solutions, and so they fall behind and become complex. And so while the rest of the industry has been pushing these all-in-one proprietary platforms, I think WordPress has offered a really interesting, different path. So instead of all-in-one suites, you build on this powerful, core, flexible platform that you can then integrate with everything else you use. And because there's no lock-in and the freedoms you get from open source, you're free to use the tools and services that best meet your needs as an organization. And so you're not at the mercy of a roadmap or the R&D budget of a single vendor. You can customize that platform to your exact needs in the areas that it matters most. And you can, amazingly, do all of this at a lower total cost. And at the end of it, you've got a platform that you actually own and which meets your needs much more closely than these off-the-shelf platforms. And actually, that investment piece, you can keep on investing in those platforms. I think that's also a key advantage for WordPress, and so something I'll touch on after John tells us a little bit more about Standard Chartered. So John, do you want to tell us a little bit about the enterprise workflows and the block editor, some of the stuff that we've done there?
So we started with Gutenberg. Well, not quite Gutenberg, because it didn't exist in 2016. So we did build something very similar to it, and well, when Gutenberg did come out, we moved on to it as soon as possible. Not just because it was new, but because it gave us the flexibility to build design a system around reusable components. And that meant content teams in different countries, different regions could create pages that look consistent while still having the freedom to customize. So we built out a set of shared blogs, structured templates, and invested early in features like collaborative editing. So this is where WordPress really began to feel like an enterprise application. So for the bank's wealth team, there's a video playing behind, we integrated Bloomberg, Morningstar, Refinitiv, CFRA, and directly into the editor. This means that users could insert charts, pull live financial metrics, generate PDF reports, all without leaving WordPress. So this replaced a proprietary system and eliminated the need for the content teams to email each other, and everything from data to design to export, almost there, and happened in one place. So this is the kind of deep integration that showed how far WordPress has come and how far WordPress can go when elevated with the right engineering. So Standard Chartered's wealth team needed to publish time-sensitive investment insights every day. The old process was fragmented, so slow and reliant on constant back and forth. So with real-time collaborative editing in the blog editor, and this is something that Core has been working towards too. We built this about 3 years ago. So editors, analysts, vendors could now work on the same draft at the same time. Think of this as being very similar to Google Docs. So visual indicators show who was editing what, which reduced bottlenecks and avoided version conflicts. This led to faster turnarounds, earlier involvement from compliance, and a workflow that felt more like a modern newsroom. Yeah, okay. You get a picture. Beyond collaboration, we've reshaped workflows to match how bank teams actually work within in a physical space. Relationship managers needed timely updates to share with clients. Compliance needed structure, traceable oversight. Editors needed flexibility without losing consistency. And we built a system to support parallel work, sync content to mobile apps, and embed approvals directly into the publishing flow. This approach improved didn't just improve publishing speed, but also overall coordination and responsiveness.
So how do large enterprises decide which digital platform to use? I think one older useful frame, but still useful framing, is this buy versus build decision. And so in the past, many organizations actually built their own CMS. And they had a lot of advantages from doing that, actually. They avoided vendor lock-in. They could really build something that exactly matched their needs. And they maintained a lot of control. But building and maintaining a CMS in-house is pretty expensive. And with the rise of SaaS, it's actually far less common these days for companies to be building their own software in-house. And so as a result, many of them shifted to buying CMS platforms in. I think what makes open source so powerful is that actually it can give you a lot of those benefits of build without the downsides. You get to own your own digital platform, but you can share the cost of that with the rest of the world who are contributing to that software too. And you can extend it and customize it to meet your exact needs. And I think that's something we don't talk about enough, actually, as WordPress, as the power that you get from that. I think another interesting way to think about this, the enterprise CMS decision-making process often has these replatforming cycles. And so an organization decides to buy a new CMS, and there's an expensive initial migration, and maybe they do some customization, although there's usually some limit on that. And then they have ongoing licensing fees. And 5 years go by, and the platform they move to, or the version of it that they're stuck on, is now outdated. It might even be end of life, or maybe there's an entirely new product from the same company that they're supposed to upgrade to or pay to migrate to. And so at this point, there's kind of enough pain with that system that they'll decide to move again. And so you get this cycle of expensive migration to an exciting new platform that then becomes legacy and forces that costly migration. In fact, that's where Standard Chartered were trapped when we met them. They were really keen to break that cycle. And I think WordPress completely changes this through a combination of lower upfront migration costs. There's no ongoing license fees, this deep commitment that the project has to backwards compatibility, and the continuous development process of the core software itself with that regular release cycle. And so instead of spending money on licensing fees, organizations are free to spend that on continuous improvement instead. They can upgrade to new versions of WordPress as they come out. They can adopt new features like Gutenberg or full-site editing as they become available. And they can integrate WordPress with the changing landscape of tools and services that they're using across the organization. And they can be safe in the knowledge that the platform they're building on is staying cutting edge. WordPress has got 20-plus year history, but it's also managed to stay on the cutting edge through that time. And so it won't be abandoned. It's not going to be superseded by some next version that breaks backwards compatibility. And it's something ultimately they have control over.
So all of these functional systems led to a major strategic win for the bank. They were using one platform that they understood. They were piping their investments into one single area. As you might expect, a large bank doesn't just rely on a single vendor. So while we do have the global capacity to support all of their teams, banks are structured to work with multiple partners as a way to reduce risk. What's critical is that this risk reduction approach does not introduce security vulnerabilities or weaken compliance. And this is why we built a platform that allows us to work closely with the central tech team. So it in turn supports the various business units internally, and then so even if they bring in external agencies to build a smaller campaign website and such, these teams are able to plug into our development and deployment workflows, and this helps ensure consistency, uphold security standards, and streamline delivery.
So I mean, there's a lot in this platform. We could like spend hours up here demoing all the stuff, but I think we could just wrap up with some key takeaways. We've got like a decade or more of experience now using WordPress at this level. And so I think, as we've shared, WordPress is dominant and pervasive as a secondary platform. Almost organizations have it somewhere. But I think the big opportunity is for WordPress to expand those installs that are currently tucked away inside corporate comms departments or marketing departments into platforms which sit at the center of an organization's digital ecosystem. I think the time is right for this because the world is moving away, actually, from those old all-in-one suites.
So this move away from monolithic platforms towards composable architecture is one of the biggest shifts happening in enterprise tech. So WordPress feeds quite naturally into that model. It plays well with APIs, decoupled front ends, it's cloud native, so everything you want in a modern digital stack. And I think Standard Chartered used WordPress as the content engine that powered multiple front ends, from web to mobile to data tools to everything that's actually in the bank. So that separation of content and presentation meant that they could build for the future without rebuilding from scratch every time.
We've also seen open source adoption have this kind of decades-long march upwards in terms of enterprise acceptance. And so, like many of the organizations we're talking to, they've now been through multiple cycles of this like boom and bust of proprietary CMS platforms, or even whole industry paradigms that they're sold on and then maybe don't quite deliver. And so they're feeling the pain of those models. And I think they're more open than ever to the long-term value that building on open platforms like WordPress can bring. So it's a great time.
So technology only really works when it enables people. So Standard Chartered saw success because the platform was designed for editors, developers, and everyone else that was actually contributing to it. It was not just for IT checkboxes. And I think we often get caught up in features or benchmarks, but what matters really most is how usable, intuitive, and adaptable a system is for the teams that will rely on it every single day. And that's where WordPress really shines.
So that's it. That's our story. It's a real privilege to work with organizations like Standard Chartered and to help them realize the value of the building on open source platforms can bring.
And thanks so much for being here. We hope that it's given you a practical insight into what WordPress can look like at scale. If you want to ask about the tech and other specific pieces, we'll be happy to answer that. That's also a QR code that goes straight to getting a copy of the deck, if you would like to take a look at it. Thank you so much.
All right. Jan, Tom, I'm curious, are there any questions from the audience? We have 2 mics in the alley. Oh, I see a green shirt coming up. All right, go ahead.
Hi there. Just a short question, because the platform is multilingual, I would say, because you have multiple countries using and also multi-site for that. What plugin did you choose for the multilingual solution?
I was expecting that.
It's the green plugin, but yeah, it's a multilingual press. I think as an agency and building on multi-site, there's pretty much only one choice on that front, and it's been serving us pretty well. Well, you guys built that plugin. Good question.
Thank you.
So far for some extra promotion. All right, more questions? Yeah. Yes, in the back, please step to the mic, please.
Hey, thank you for the great presentation. Yeah.
Sup.
This is a really, really cool case study, and I'm just curious about your process of getting to know the client and having the conversation with them so that they could become aware of their own pain points. In my experience, when I talk with enterprises kind of outside of the WordPress community, they often don't realize their own pain points because they're not really thinking about the fact that there could be an alternative such as WordPress. So I'm curious about how you started this conversation with them And is that process something that can be replicated in talking with other enterprises?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can probably say a couple of things about that. Like, I think one thing is that back in 2016, 17, when these conversations started, a really common path for these organizations to have those conversations was that actually there was some internal champion who knew WordPress and like wanted to fight the fight to get it into the organization, and that was the case with Standard Chartered. They had a senior executive actually, so that was, I think, one of the reasons why they adopted WordPress in this like really large way so early. That's like less necessary these days, and so we do find ourselves in many more conversations with companies who actually, they don't have that internal champion. I think, what we find then is just like showing them WordPress as much as possible really opens their eyes. Like I said earlier, a lot of them actually are not aware of some of this stuff, like how easy it is or how easily they could migrate and get a lot of these benefits. They're used to that being complex and expensive.
A lot of things that you see in WordPress, there's just defaults, multi-site, Gutenberg, even creating a menu in front-side, full-site editing. All these pieces feel second nature to us, that you kind of miss it, just moving a block something down, but it's just not there in any other CMS. So those are stuff that when you show to the clients, they're just amazed, just default stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it came across in one of the early slides, but OpenText was like literally an FTP client that you clicked around and edited like raw files. I mean, even calling it CMS seems a stretch. And they had like an on-site team from the CMS provider they had to pay for to make those edits. They couldn't even do them themselves. I think maybe I had 40 full-time people at the height of the use of that platform, just making content edits in what they were calling a CMS. So, that's kind of wild.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? All right. Next one, please.
Hi, thank you for the great talk. I'm Rob. I work for a small financial service enterprise.
Ooh.
We switched to WordPress around 6 years ago.
Good job.
Funny you're talking about that internal champion. I would like to think that's me.
Very cool, well done.
Thank you. What we are finding recently, we switched to full-site editing as well. We get a lot of requests from marketing, from compliance, from everyone, like, we need this, we need that, we need this. How do you control which features you do build, which ones you don't build, which one you use external resources for, which ones you build into WordPress?
Yeah, I think that's less of a tech question and more of a asking them, why would you need this, right? So get them to prove it to you why this is important for the business. And this is what we do with Standard Chartered a lot. It's not just asking them that question, it's that tech team asking their business teams, why do you need this? What's the ROI that you're looking at? And how is it likely going to be reusable in the future? So when they are able to prove this to you in a way that they can express, then this is something that you could say, okay, let's take a look at building it. But if they cannot even explain it to you, then they've got to go back to the drawing board and work on it a little bit more. But I think I see the problems you're talking about. And I'll say that across, you have been working on this for 6 years. You should trust your intuition about whether this is useful and actually talk to them about it. Yeah.
I guess maybe I'd add to that a little bit. A model that's, I think, we've developed alongside Standard Chartered, but also works really well in other organizations, it's not just human-made building this for the customer. Inside Standard Chartered, they have a central platforms team, and it's really like a 50-50 partnership between human-made and that platform team, and they are then providing the CMS as a service to the rest of the bank. And so they can really bring an understanding of the business, and we can bring an understanding of the technical, and there's a lot of conversation that goes around bringing those things together, understanding what's coming down the roadmap from WordPress, what that's going to unlock for them, how that could be worked into the roadmap for the next year. So yeah, I mean, it can be complex, I guess, an agile, iterative process where you're just continuously re-asking those questions is the best we've found.
Okay, Tom.
One more?
One more, and that's really the last one, and then you can answer the questions in the WP Cafe.
Sure. Thanks for all the questions. This is great.
There's one person waiting. We can have that question and then a quick one, and then it's done.
How do you have conversations with enterprise clients about using AI, especially where risk and compliance is so important, but AI is the sort of trendy thing for people to be talking about?
Well, I think it starts off with them saying, no, you cannot use AI first. Then it's about them figuring it out. I think We've just recently been looking at how even traffic gets affected by AI, and it's going to happen, right? And one of the things is it actually benefiting us or is it not? So when you have these conversations, again, it's going to start from do not use this, but you start these conversations around whether it's going to help, and as time actually goes by, it does help with adoption. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I find when I'm in sales conversations, you really want to figure out early on whether they are like scared of AI and don't really want it, and so you like talking about all the exciting, innovative stuff that they could do is going to put them off, or whether actually they really are interested in that and that's what they want to hear about, and then you can go down the right path. There's times when I've got that wrong is when I've gone in and demoed all this snazzy stuff, and then they're like, oh, we're definitely never using AI, maybe because of compliance or something.
Yeah, and I think I've seen this work before whereby understanding where AI is scary, like Tom said, where AI could be scary for them. So recently just talked to a client whereby they're not interested in having AI create content because they are writing great content. It's giving them a lot of page views. But they are interested in having AI curate the content and personalize it for their end users. So that's something that could actually work. And having those conversations about what could be useful, what they could be comfortable with, I think it's a good start. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Louise.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Boys,
thank you.
Thank you very much. And this was the session for today. I have a gift for the two of you. Let me put the mic down.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. All right. Beautiful.
Thank you for staying here.
Thank
and we continue tomorrow morning. And meanwhile, if you're not in the mood of going away, hallway track is always open until 5:30. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
So, hi everybody. If you're okay, we can start the sound check.
Could you load the presentation from your backups are at risk and so are you?
What did you say? I'm sorry, can you repeat, please?
Yes. Oh, I just, okay, could you load the presentation from your backups are at risk and so are you?
Can I have a name, please? Name of the person presenting that presentation.
Richard. Oh, number 5.
Number 5. Richard?
Yes.
Okay, so every time I'm going to need a name, if that's okay with you guys. It's much easier for us to find it by name. 1 minute, please.
Yep.
Yeah, I know my way around the sound. Okay. You should see it, your presentation.
I don't see it yet on screen.
On the comfort monitor, do you see it?
No.
Okay, just 1 minute, please.
Yes, now I'm seeing it.
Okay.
Could you zoom in the text?
Of course.
A couple of times. Yes, like this. Thank you. And that's looking all good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I needed.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, just the name, please.
My first name is Jeff.
Jeff. Okay. So.
Sound check. Okay, this is how it looks and feels to stand on the stage. Good morning. Okay, this is where I see the monitors. All right. Okay. Go like this. Yes, that's the one. Yes, I will also, I looked at it, I will also prepare the first screen that it has more text. Maybe you can zoom in like 5 times.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's a big screen. Maybe 2 more times. Okay, fine, thank you. Okay, I will just click through all the screens. I don't think there's nothing else to really check. Nice. Okay, cool.
You don't even need to be here, man. I do all the work for you. Do that from home, remote. I do from home, remote. Yeah. Remote mixing. Perfect. New innovation. AI is gonna replace us all. But not today. Not today, exactly. Not today, not tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Everything works perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4, Kirsty, please.
There you
Do you have an updated version of this? I added my presenter notes after I sent the link over.
go. I have the folder here. Is it updated in the folder?
It was the same link that I sent to you. So it should have just updated.
Just 1 minute. I'm opening it from the Google Drive folder, so I'm not sure if it's updated there.
Okay, has it been copied in? I'm going to need to send you another copy.
This is the only thing I have, the Google Drive folder. I'm not sure who is managing it.
Okay, can I send you the link again? Because it's in the Slack channel.
It's in the Slack. It needs to be updated in the Google Drive folder.
Okay, but if I send you the link, are you able to do that?
In Slack, no.
But if I get the link from Slack and I send the link to you, can you update that?
Yeah, sure. Send it to Ilya's account. He's not here at the moment, but he's logged in. So if you can say to ilya@productionpool.rs. But for
Okay.
tomorrow, it needs to be updated in the folder.
Yeah, oh, well, I can send it across now. I can get the link out of
All right.
Slack.
Because I don't have Slack on this machine.
No, that's fine. I'll copy it off Slack so I can send it to you.
Okay.
Thanks. So it's Sandra, website as a service.
Do you have Ilya's mail?
Sandra Kurze. Kurze. Ah, sorry. I think he's asking about some email. Can you repeat that, please?
So send the link to, I'm going to spell it out, ILIJA, Ilya, @productionpool.com. He's gonna join you now and help you with it. Ilya will be there shortly, and we're gonna send it. Reci mi samo, Ilija, kad pošalješ mail, možemo među vremenu nekog drugog da probamo. Thank you.
They like.
Okay, the presentation is up.
I will be downstairs quickly.
Eto, hvala ti.
Hvala.
Divan si.
Smok.
You're good to go. So who is next? Okay, and your name is? Sandra for tomorrow. And the name of the presentation is? Website as a Service.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Thank you very much.
We're up.
But why do we have it in Google? I'm not really sure.
It's okay.
Let's see. Everything looks fine. Sure. You go, just check the fonts and everything else. Kad budeš izlazio iz njene preze, pogledaj šta je original. Je li slides ili PowerPoint?
Okay.
Wanna add notes?
PPTX.
Ba ne.
Molim.
Aj mi šutni link kod drivera su preze, samo da joj dam ovu da može da edituje sama.
Čekaj.
Ono, od mene meni, hvala.
Sandra, PowerPoint.
Remind me tomorrow that we should play it from the Google Slides. Just write it down there.
All right. Do we hear more people? Because I cannot really see from here.
Give me a few minutes, I'll come to you. So you said Sandra. What's your email?
SK.
SK.
I have a feeling I'm a bit loud. Is this better?
Aha. Great.
Noel, I'm gonna mess up your desk.
Hello. Hi. Emilia, nice to meet you. So what's the name of your speech? And name of the Future of WordPress by Benjamin. Mike, you'll be having a headset tomorrow.
We're up.
Don't look tired at all. Pascal? Pascal. Tell me about it. I actually think I lost a few pounds because of the years. Not now. Better. I'm in Serbia. I'll do some huge run for like 3 days, and then I'm on a break for like 10 days. And massage, turn off the phone, and live a Because I was downstairs, I have actually no internet to be honest, but I think you couldn't find it in my text message. Everything shortcut can be updated. Also for last picture, she mentioned PowerPoint, but I gave her the link to the PowerPoint to our internal drive, so she can edit it, put the notes, and we'll play with it. I'll just bring the PowerPoint to proprietary to the collection. But there is no effects, there's the font, there's the picture. For sure.
Can you zoom it, please, for this font size, please? Yes.
Do you want it more? Is it like? Is it okay like that?
So you need to balance them.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one. Play Zimi Zami Zoom. Name of the game?
My game is called Micro Communities.
What did you say?
Micro Communities.
The name of the presentation is Micro Communities.
First name, please.
And your first name is?
Ignacio.
Can you say that again, Matthew?
Number 3. He's a bit tired. Od ozdobre treća, zove se 1, 2, 3.
More than tired.
Ide Benjamin, Hector, pa Ignacio. To, bravo, Bano.
Yeah. Pa Ignacio i Matthew zvuče vrlo različito.
Jebik.
So when I say first name, I need the first name of the presenter. In this case, Ignacio.
And last but not the least, I'm not Russian. It's a different language. It's Serbian. Serbian, yeah, but...
Alex, next. Alex.
And the name of the presentation is?
What you're missing if you don't have your own WordPress.
Zove se Alex, samo ga nađi tako. Shift Windows lijevo.
Nemoj da me nerviraš, brat.
Here you go. Just turn it to the other way. Jel možda mu povećaš ovo levo polje gdje su prethodne i sljedeće? Da ga razvučeš?
Sad ćemo pravo, nemam pojma da li to uopšte može.
Može, na sredini ti je, na sredini samo uvoti ovaj slajder i vuci ga dole. To? To. I zapiši da mu to treba lebati.
Je li ima još?
Jedan sedi i gleda me, nisam siguran da li hoće, sad ću da vidim.
Pa ostalo je još, ja mislim, dvoje. To jest dvojica.
Neću svi probati.
I believe we have Jason and Hector left, if they are in
We
the
have
room.
one more left, present, and that's it for today. Aha, okay. So you're just here to observe. Okay, okay. Ovo nam je posljednje.
Divno.
Kad je start sutra?
Molim?
Kad nam je start sutra?
9:00. Od 8:30 do 9 je registracija, od 9 počinje.
Dobro, onda mogu i ujutro da promenim sa D1 na D2. That should be correct, right? But tomorrow when you go upstairs to check to get mic, let's double check it just in case.
Not always.
All good here?
All over. Go home.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Kako si divan čoveče, kako si divan.
Noel, you cannot turn me down. I turn myself down. Whoa. Whoa. You're gonna break it, man.
Gasi. Gasi.